And we welcome you back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. We are in the top of the first inning, currently a 1-0 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163, following a big double from Landon Greeno all the way out to right field, scoring Caden Johnson. As always, our Quick Stop pregame show, which couldn't provide here today due to some difficulties. Of course, Quick Stop, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. Game number 2 of this Kearney tournament for Great Plains Health. They took down yesterday the Dirt Devils of Colorado in a wonderful, wonderful game. As a quick grounder on over to the side of Jackson Apun, and with that, a ground out for Ty Hanneborg. And that is how this top of the first will come to an end. A 1-0 lead for Great Plains Health off of one hit. We now go to the bottom of the first. Again, 1-0 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard when we come back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1 and AM 1410. Welcome back to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, bottom of the first inning, a 1-0 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163, is Easton Jones on mound for the side of Great Plains Health. Logan Wick, the first batter that he will be facing against for Millard South, as there's a quick grounder on over to Ty Hanneborg and an easy out number 1. Of course, yesterday, Great Plains Health took down the Dirt Devils of Colorado Dennings in a crazy match, 17-6, and we're really on top of that game from start to finish. Now we're going to need to get a little bit of that magic that they found yesterday and convert it into today's game, as it sure is going to be a tight one here versus Millard South. This Millard South Pat Hagee Patriots team currently, if I remember correctly, for them, 28-6 on the season. One of the best teams in Class A American Legion baseball, as the first 2 pitches into the next batter, Will Thomas, which is the 2-hole hitter for Millard South, are all low from Easton Jones, who's on the mound here today for Great Plains Health, getting some starting action prior to the start of districts next week. As that next pitch outside, 4-pitch walk from Jones to Will Thomas. So there's the first batter that Easton Jones will be seeing today. Of course, a lot of, I hate to say shenanigans, but people getting prepped for, again, districts next week. Depending on how the bracket falls, we might be seeing Easton Jones game 1 of that district match on Friday. If it is the number 1 seed of Hastings that North Platte will be playing. Skied to the heavens to left field as getting up underneath it is Jackson Peters, and pretty easy grab for the young Peters for the second out of this inning. Still a runner at first base being Will Thomas for Millard South. So Carson Durr, the next batter for the Pat Hagee Patriots, up here in this and bottom of the first inning. North Platte with a 1-0 lead. Caden Johnson was walked. His very first batter for North Platte. Made it all the way to third and then came home on a beautiful double to right field from Landon Greeno. And that's how we've gotten to this 1-0 mark, as runner thought about going, being Will Thomas, as that pitch, just tight inside. I mean, just by a fingernail. That's how close it was to, again, Carson Durr. Brady Parrish up next with Caden Pennings in the hole for Millard South. There's another pickoff attempt that will get Will Thomas back, as Thomas was threatening to steal earlier in this at-bat. 2 down in this bottom of the first inning for Easton Jones. Getting some quality action versus a quality team is Thomas again, almost getting picked off. Kind of got stuck out in that first base line. Kind of hesitated a smidge, but was just barely able to get back. 1-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard for Great Plains South, playing in a doubleheader today. And oh boy, that's going to bounce off the shoulder of Carson Durr. So it was shaping up to be a good pitching battle for Easton Jones there. He'll hit Durr in the shoulder, and now here comes Brady Parrish. There's a courtesy runner, Brock Lang, at first now for Durr. Again, doubleheader today for Great Plains Health. And it's probably against two of the toughest teams here at the tournament, Millard South and Millard North. So complete opposite of how last year's Kearney tournament was, where some of the teams weren't as strong in terms of their overall record and strength of schedule. This year, getting a much tougher draw on the bracket. Getting the 28-6 Millard South. And then, of course, Millard North, who's just right behind them. Few losses down the peg. So runners in scoring position, Will Thomas at second, Brock Lang at first, again, courtesy running for Carson Durr. As that next pitch, a fastball from Jones, will squeak to the outside for ball 2. 2-0 the count. For Easton Jones, make that 3-0, and he's struggling to find the zone for the second time in quick succession against two batters. Started off good, getting some good motion into the zone, but since then has struggled to find that mark, and now out comes head coach Ricky Holm to have a conversation with Easton Jones, with the bases now loaded for Caden Pennings, the first baseman. It's been a hot minute since we last saw Easton Jones take the bump for some pitching action. And, of course, statistically one of, if not the best pitchers that North Platte has. Not just really this season, but for the past 2 seasons. Of course, Jack Polk last year was the definitive number 1. But for the high school season, when he played last year, he was right there step for step with Jack Polk. And then this year, in terms of who would be deemed the number 1 ace for North Platte, Easton would be that guy. Getting a couple reps today. Because, again, if my insider knowledge is correct, starting next week for districts, North Platte would be the last seed in their district. Normally that would go to Grand Island U-Save, as per the rules, they can't really have 2 teams in the same bracket, that come from like the same cloth of an American Legion system, and if they did, they were always supposed to be the last seed, and that's how it's been for many of years now. But from what I've been hearing, Grand Island U-Save might not be the last seed, and it would be North Platte this year, so they'd be facing off against Hastings, as that pitch right around the knees from Jones to Caden Pennings. And because of that, Easton Jones would be the de facto starter for that Friday game. As the 1-1 pitch. That's high upstairs, and man, just a smidge off the mark. Really, it's with these balls that Easton's been throwing so far in this opening inning, it's not like a lot of them have been super far out of the zone. I mean, they're just missing by a few inches. As that one, that time, right down the center for strike number 2. 2-2 the count to Caden Penning. So pretty important start for Easton Jones if he is going to be geared up to start next Friday at 7 o'clock. 2-2. Well, there's a, of course, talking about pitches that gone way outside. There's a caster curse right there if I've ever seen one. Is that one very far off the mark. Next pitch. The 3-2 from Easton Jones. And it's upstairs, ball 4. And Caden Pennings will be walked, and because of that, a run will come home for Millard South. As Roy Steventon now will come up to bat. A 1-1 ball game here in this bottom of the first inning. Bases loaded for Millard South as Jones's fastball almost clipping Steventon, and ball number 1 to start this at-bat off. Owen Quackenbush on deck with Joe Bluvis in the hole, and there's a big whiff on the side of Steventon for strike number 1. As Easton Jones with his 1-1 pitch will deliver another swing and a miss. Quick throw over to first. Oh, man. Cade Pennings gets back just in the nick of time, as very far away from first base as the infield is playing almost to the outfield grass. Great awareness from Dean McIntyre, and of course Landon Green will get there. Time! And that's a strikeout as Steventon goes down. One run was given up this inning on a walk, but outside of that, pretty solid first inning for Easton Jones. And with that, we now are going to go to the top of the second inning, tied 1-1 here from Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here, Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Top of the first. My good heavens, tells you. I still need to wake up here. Top of the second inning, a 1-1 ball game right now between Millard South and the Pat Hagee Patriots versus North Platte, Great Plains South, Post 163. Dean McIntyre up to bat. As always, our half-inning breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweep B. Jacob Allstat on the mound, the lefty for Millard South versus Dean McIntyre for the first time today. And McIntyre stared down the barrel of a walk already to lead this inning off. Allstat did that in the first inning against Caden Johnson, and Johnson later came around to score, but good bounce back pitch from Allstat for strike number 1. 3-1 the count now to the catcher McIntyre. As 3-1, grounder softly on over to Caden Pennings at first, but it goes through his glove and the glove of Logan Wick as well. And That's an infield single for Dean McIntyre to lead this top.
The single brings up number 6, Cade Songster.
With the top of the second inning, is Tommy Haggart now will go courtesy run for Dean McIntyre at first. Here's Cade Songster. Songster taking over in right field today. Peters in left, and then, of course, the ever-so-steady Caden Johnson in center field. Left-handed pitcher Allstat going to be glaring down the first base line, so going to be tough for North Platte to get some steals in today's game, as first pitch from Allstat into Songster will bounce off of the turf for ball number 1. As, just like Easton Jones, Allstat really struggling to pound the zone early on in this ball game. Jones got the better of, I think, Millard South holistically. You know, even though he had the bases loaded and walked one runner home, I think in the totality of things, Jones already having the better looking start. There's a pickoff attempt then. We'll get Tommy Haggart back to first. I mean, it was so close. Good throw from Allstat. Again, that's going to be so tough early on here for Great Plains Health to get any steals with the lefty staring down the barrel of that first base line, but don't really need to worry about steals if Allstat continues to struggle with his pitching in terms of hitting the zone. It's another ball. He's already got 10 balls in his 16 pitches thrown so far today. And we'll make that the third straight ball to Cade Songster. Of course, Millard South lost to Misco Sports Kearney 1-0 an inning ago. Actually, correction, they beat Misco Sports Kearney 1-0 an inning ago, as Songster will take the scamper on to first following the walk from Jacob Allstat. With Jackson Peters now climbing aboard. Now, this would be a scary situation for Allstat with nobody out. A potential bases-loaded situation if he walks Jackson Peters. And you have 3 speedy base runners for North Platte. We all know how absolutely crazy they could be when it comes to their base running aggression. So also wouldn't be shocked if we see a potential double steal. Infield playing on the grass at first and third. With nobody out, expecting potentially a bunt from Jackson Peters. As the next pitch from Allstat, again, just too low below the knees. That's 6 straight pitches from Allstat that just have missed the zone straight up. As the lefty's 2-2. Again, man, we are really teetering on the edge. The knees is quite a close zone so far, and unfortunately for Allstat, it has not gone his way. It's now 3-0 to Jackson Peters. As that fastball outside for ball 4, and now out comes the Millard South coaching staff to have a conversation with Allstat as the bases are now loaded for Great Plains Health. Post 163, currently tied with Millard South. 1-1 in this top of the second inning. I mean, boy, man, what a rough start for both pitchers in this game. Back-to-back innings, they've loaded the bases. And now we're in a situation where for Millard South this time about, they might be the team walking home a runner. As for Allstat, already in his 2 innings, really been struggling to find command of his pitches into the zone. Now trying to, following this conversation with head coach Greg Gary, a way to not only focus back in, but find the first out of this inning, because there's nobody out with the bases loaded for Jacoby Silos. Had a couple hits yesterday. Now, for Silos, an opportunity to either draw a run home on a walk or sky one to the outfield for a sacrifice, or heck, even better, drive a run home with a hit. As the lefty finally, for the first time in 8 pitches, Jacob Allstat finds the zone for strike number 1 against Jacoby Silos. Caden Johnson on deck with Connor Stifler in the hole. Great bunt by Jacoby Silos. Oh, but it just barely rolls foul. Of course, North Platte trying that suicide squeeze again. Just, I think so far in these two games have been unsuccessful. Not for a lack of trying or actually really good anglings. It's just this turf field is so hard to bunt on if you're not precise with it. Like precision precise, because if that ball just has any type of spin going either the third or the first base line, it's just going to drift foul out of play. And down goes Jacoby Silos as he swings and misses on the next pitch from Jacob Aldstadt. And here's Caden Johnson, walked, of course, in his first plate appearance. Later came home following a big double from Landon Greeno off of Aldstadt. Bases loaded for Joni as he tries to find an RBI, second on the team in RBIs this season. Very long stretch behind, of course, Easton Jones, who leads the way. The first pitch from Aldstadt to Johnson is outside for ball number 1. Next pitch. Fastball close to the turf, but good stuff from Carson Durr, the catcher, to make sure that doesn't get past him. 2-0. First baseman Caden Pennings playing on the dirt. On the grass, the infield grass. Oh no, quick throw on over to first, and Jackson Peters almost gets tagged down on a pickoff attempt from the catcher, Carson Durr. Of course, Caden Pennings playing the infield grass, expecting potentially another suicide bunt from Caden Johnson. Peters playing extended from first. And now Johnson looking to lay the bunt down with a 3-0 count. Pulls back, and right around the letters, there's strike number 1. So still love the approach North Platte's going with. Don't really swing on anything and force Aldstadt to make the pitches himself. As the 3-1. And, oh, in there for strike 2 is Johnson not agreeing with that call as he threw his bat all the way almost to the dugout. But there's strike number 2. So it's 3-2 with 1 out. The base is loaded for Caden Johnson. 1 out in this top of the second inning. North Platte threatening to score more. And that'll be off of the dirt, and that's going to be a free runner on over. So Caden Johnson was right in his approach, just a pitch too late in terms of how early he wanted to get on over to first. But there's a walk again for Aldstadt, and we already have a pitcher warming up for Millard South in the bullpen. In this top of the second inning, a 2-1 lead for Great Plains Health Post 163 in game number 1 of their doubleheader. As first pitch to Connor Stifler. That's upstairs, ball 1. Man, Aldstadt just struggling to find pitches in the zone, and I wouldn't be shocked if not just 1, but if 2 runs come across, we'll be seeing a new pitcher already for Millard South, as that next pitch again high and to the opposite side of his last pitch, but it still results in a ball. Still bases loaded, 1 out in this top of the second inning, a 2-1 lead for North Platte. Make that strike 1 as just hits around the lower part of the zone for strike number 1 to Connor Stifler, who grounded out to Caden Pennings in his first plate appearance to move Johnson to first in his first at-bat, and there's a big whiff from Stifler for strike 2. 2-2 the count now. Connor Stifler trying to continue to get runs across for Great Plains Health. As here comes Aldstadt's 2-2. Outside for ball 3. Landon Greeno on deck with Easton Jones in the hole for North Platte. Bases loaded. Songster at third, Peters at second, Johnson at first. Grounder going to be gloved up by the third baseman, Roy Stimson, and it gets away from catcher Carson Durr. And now I think Connor Stifler, unfortunately, is going to be safe at first. Oh, man. Woo, a little scary situation as Stifler was rounding first, going to second, thinking that that ball that got away from catcher Carson Durr on the throw from Roy Stenson advanced not just 1 but 2 runners, but unfortunately it didn't. But the good news is for North Platte, that Stifler was able to get back in time, and here's Landon Greeno. He had a big double against Aldstadt in his very first plate appearance that scored Caden Johnson in the top of the first. Now against Aldstadt one more time. Bases loaded. Penning's playing the infield grass just in case Greeno again tries to lay a bunt. As that fastball around the letters is in. Coach immediately putting his head down, not agreeing with that call. 1-1 to the first baseman. Easton Jones on deck with Ty Hanneborg in the hole. Bases loaded with one out in the top of the second inning. A 3-1 lead for North Platte. That pitch again from Aldstadt. Below the knees, ball 2. 25 balls, 16 strikes for Jacob Aldstadt. Already at 41 pitches, and we're only entering the top of the second inning. The lefties, 2-1. That one's popped up. Going into shallow shortstop, and an easy grab for Jackson Upon. And there's a second out of this inning. For now, Easton Jones. Jones grounded out to Caden Penning's first baseman in his last plate appearance. Now with the bases loaded, a loud hit to the outfield would score not just one, but probably 2 runs. Peters at third, Johnson at second, Stifler at first with 2 down. As Aldstadt's pitch, that's fastball upstairs for ball 1 to Easton Jones. North Platte looking to make it 2 in a row in terms of victories here at the Kearney tournament as they face Millard South right now. And then immediately after the conclusion of this game, we take it on Millard North as the next pitch from Aldstadt. Change-up then. Cannot change his fortunes as it's another ball. 2-0, correction, the count to Easton Jones. Quick throw on over to first, not in time. And not only is that strike number 1, but Stifler also gets back barely on a pickoff attempt. 2-1 the count now, as that one is ricocheted foul, or rocketed foul down the third base line. 2-2 to Easton Jones, as he'll hit one to the netting. As Aldstadt's next pitch, swing and little chopper that's going to be gloved up by the third baseman. Throw on over to first, and it's in time. And that's how this inning will come to an end, though. 2 runs did come across for North Platte. They now lead this game 3-1 when we come back here to, of course, Memorial Field. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming at northplattepost.com. Welcome back, everybody, here Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, top of the third inning, a 3-1 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163 over Millard South. The Pat Hagee Patriots here, day number 2 of the Kearney tournament. Up to bat here now for North Platte, Ty Hannibal to lead off this inning. 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors for Great Plains Health, 1 run, no hits, and 1 error. As next pitch in from, have a new pitcher on the mound for side of the, Patriots. So I try to find a number, I think that's Tate Williams, who is now taking over for Jacob Aldstadt. As the 3-2 to Handeborg, hard grounder right back to Williams. With that, he'll lightly underhand toss it to Pennings at first. And there's the first out of this inning. That was a quick 3 up, 3 down for the Patriots in their last inning of play. Again, our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann in the Fortifying Group. Dean McIntyre up to bat, singled past Logan Wick in his previous plate appearance for Millard South, as there's another strong hit from McIntyre up the middle this time. Right past new pitcher Tate Williams. And that's the second single today for Dean McIntyre. Now there's a runner at first, Tommy Haggard, of course, courtesy running for McIntyre. As Songster, Cade Songster up to bat, walked versus Aldstadt in his last plate appearance. Also, thank you to our sponsors for today's game, Premier Toyota. At Premier Toyota, just south of I-80 in North Platte, they invite you to stop out, take a test drive here today. Premier Toyota, let's go places. Haggard at first, courtesy running for Dean McIntyre, and it's not any better than Jacob Aldstadt so far for right-handed pitcher Tate Williams. Just like against Dean McIntyre last at-bat, this at-bat already in the hole, 2-0 to the right fielder Songster. There's a pickoff attempt as Tommy Haggard gets back. Again, this Millard South squad already played a game today. Again, this is doubleheader Saturday, as next North Platte will be playing Millard North. As Williams' next pitch, that time right down the center. Strike number 1. To Kate Songster. 2-1. On deck, Jackson Peters with Jacoby Silos in a hole. Another pickoff attempt from Williams as Haggard gets back. 2-1 with 1 out. Williams gets the sign in from Carson Durr in his 2-1. There goes Tommy Haggard running. Great throw from the catcher Durr, but Haggard able to slide successfully into second with the steal. It was very tight inside to Cade Songster, so Durr really had to change positions quickly and then get the ball on over to second base without hitting Songster. And because of that, Haggard successfully steals second base, and now a runner scoring position for North Platte. A 3-1 to Songster, and there's a fastball. That again goes upstairs for a walk, and gotta feel a little bit for Millard South right now. They are just struggling to find a pitcher that can consistently hit the strike zone. As another walk for this Millard South squad, this time for Songster. Jackson Peters up next. He walked in his first plate appearance against Jacob Aldstadt. As first pitch to Peters. Outside for ball 1. 3-1 lead for North Platte here in this top of the third inning on 3 hits. As Tate Williams, couple glances at second, delivers. upstairs. Oh, man, around the letters. This time not going the way Peters wanted. There's strike number 1. 1-1 with 1 out. Following Peters, Jacoby Silos, then Caden Johnson. As next pitch, soft grounder, but it's going to fall foul. There's strike number 2 as Peters trying to get on in consecutive sessions or consecutive innings for North Platte. 1-2 the count with 1 out. As Williams delivers, there goes Tommy Haggard on a steal, and Carson Durr's not even going to attempt to throw to third, and it's a successful steal for Tommy Haggard. As Jackson Peters now staring down a 2-2 count with runners at the corners. A hit here would be big for Great Plains Health from the young man. Next pitch, swing and a miss. And now we could be seeing a potential double steal, but Carson Durr doesn't attempt it as Songster will, I'm not even kidding you, saunter slowly on over to second. So now there's runners at second and third for North Platte. For Jacoby Silos facing Tate Williams for the first time today. Can he bring some runs home? As first pitch from Williams to Silos is very far outside, ball 1. 1-0 to the third baseman today. As next pitch in there, strike 1. Silos been pulled around the base pads these last couple of games. Played second, played short, and now playing third. At this point, might as well throw him at first and catcher for this weekend. Swing and a miss. Pitch was in the turf. Strike 2. 1-2 the count. Tate Williams trying to get out of this inning unscathed. Grounder softly on over to Penning at first. He'll grab it, touch on the bag. No runs came across with 2 runners aboard, and with that, we now are going to go to the bottom of the third inning with North Platte leading 3-1 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Have you downloaded the MyPhillips 66 app yet? If not, you're missing out on so much savings. Of course, 3-1 lead for North Platte. We come back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, a 3-1 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163 in the bottom of the third inning. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Check them out on the one-way, 621 South Dewey, Sweet to Be, helping family farmers and businesses for more than 50 years. As well as Justin Thompson Family Agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they, as always, pride themselves on top-notch customer service, no matter what type of insurance you are looking for. Following the ground out from Jacoby Silos, up to bat now Will Thomas for the second time versus Easton Jones. And after that rocky start to the game, Easton Jones been on fire. A 3-up, 3-down last inning against Millard South. They continue to do that here as can't find back-to-back strikes as that next pitch correction is outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Again, North Platte will play the next game after the conclusion of this one against Millard North. So you get the Millards today. Of course, if you remember last year, North Platte was trailing Millard North 9-0 after the first 2 innings. And then came back to walk off Millard North in the bottom of the 7th to win 3 games that day as Will Thomas pops that ball up. Silos making it towards the dugout, but we'll watch it bounce off of the roof of the North Platte dugout for strike 2. Probably one of the best victories North Platte has had in a couple of years, that Millard North victory, and that was really just like the encapsulation of how special that team was, because they later went on a week later to go to state, going through Kearney, Grand Island, and Hastings. The 3 toughest teams in their district, as the next pitch from Jones on the off speed just cannot pound the zone. It's 3-2 now from Easton Jones to Will Thomas. Jackson a punt on deck, and Carson Durr in the hole for Millard South. Easton Jones, full count pitch. That's foul tipped off, and now, well, once again, as time will be called, and home plate umpire will go and hand the ball personally to Easton Jones. 3-2 once again, Will Thomas. The batter. That's big ol' swing and a miss from Mr. Thomas, and Jones blows the pitch right by him for out number 1 of this inning. As Jackson Apun, who flew out to Jackson Peters, both with their first names spelt the same way. It's almost like destiny that first down happened with. Now up to bat. Nobody on. 1 out. Bottom of the 3rd inning, a 3-1 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard for North Platte. As first pitch from Easton Jones sinks to the turf for strike number 1. But a good bounce back pitch, to be ball 1, but the good bounce back pitch this time about makes it 1-1 the count. This bottom of the 3rd inning. Oh, and for the second time in this ball game, a batter will be hit by Easton Jones as Apun takes it off the shoulder, and now we'll go to first as Carson Durr's up next. Durr in his last at-bat was hit by a pitch from Easton Jones, and now there's a runner at first base for North Platte. Or for Millard South, man. With 1 out here in this bottom of the 3rd inning, as Jones's delivery, ooh, man, almost hit Durr. I mean, we were just a mere centimeters from back-to-back batters getting clipped by Easton Jones, but there's ball number 1. A punt at first, and a pickoff attempt will get Jackson a punt back. One and 0, another pickoff attempt, but a punt gets back. 1-0 with 1 out to the catcher, Carson Durr. Brady Parrish on deck with Caden Pennings in the hole for Millard South. As Jones is 1-0. Nice pitch. Pounds the zone for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. Double play would most certainly end this inning for North Platte, as another pickoff attempt gets a punt back. That's 3 pickoff attempts already in this at-bat for Easton Jones. Very, very afraid of Jackson Apun. As next pitch, oh man, big swing and a miss from Carson Durr. That pitch was nowhere really near the zone. It was very far upstairs. Apun determined that this was his pitch to swing, takes a big hack and misses. 1-2. Now the count, as Jones trying to find his another strikeout. As the fourth pickoff attempt will get Jackson a punt back. 1-2 with one out. As another pickoff attempt. Fifth time in this at bat that Easton Jones is trying to pick off Jackson a punt. I think a punt gets the point that he doesn't want to steal. As next pitch, the 1-2 above the letters for ball 2. 2-2 the count. Actually might be 2-2 with one out. Jones trying to find another strikeout. Will get set. Long stare down and deliver. Fastball foul tipped off into the glove of Dean McIntyre, and that's how that at bat goes to an end for Carson Durr. And now there's 2 outs here in this bottom of the third inning. Easton Jones now starting to fire on all cylinders after a rocky bottom of the first inning. On his way to a potential 2 straight innings of clean baseball, as the 6th pickoff attempts to Jackson a punt. He'll get back in time, but it's quite a number now as we're getting to pickoffs to keep a punt back. How about a 7th? We make it a 7th time? We can. I didn't even see it as Jackson a punt, throwing his hand up a little bit in disbelief at how many times Easton Jones has been trying to pick him off in this inning. At first for Millard South, as the first pitch to Brady Parrish, high and away for ball 1. We'll put $2 down that we might be seeing another pitch from Easton Jones to pick off Jackson a punt, maybe right here, or attempts to. 1-0 with 2 outs. Jones will take his glance at first, get set. Another pickoff. There's number 8. And there's my $2 back. So everybody listening right now owes me $2. That is the 8th time in the last 2 batters that Easton Jones has tried to pick off Jackson a punt. 1-0 though. That's a smidge outside for ball 2. 2-0 the count. Caden Penning's on deck with Roy Steventon in the hole. For Millard South on the offensive side. 2 outs in the bottom of the third. 3-1 lead for North Platte on our wicked fast scoreboard. 9th pickoff attempt on over to Jackson a punt. Jones very dedicated to find this last out by getting a pickoff to Jackson a punt. 2-0. Nice pitch. Ooh. Just hair's width out of the zone. 3-0. And if you're Jackson a punt, if Brady Parrish gets walked here, you're probably singing your praises so you can stop getting picked off. But can Easton Jones make it 10? As a punt is not even moving pretty much off that first base bag, and there's the first strike of this at bat. I mean, it is just hilarious that a punt took maybe half a step off of first base, not even going to test the waters of trying to get to his normal stance at first. But a 3-1 count now to Brady Parrish. As Jones delivers, fouled off. Strike number 2 to Brady Parrish. 3-2, 2 outs. A 3-1 game in favor of North Platte. As Easton Jones trying to find the last out of this inning right here with the strikeout to Brady Parrish. We'll get the sign he likes from Dean McIntyre. And deliver. There goes a punt, and it's outside for ball 4. And now out to second goes a punt, and Parrish will scamper to first. And again, as I said, for Jackson the punt, you're probably singing your praises that you can finally stop getting picked off. 9 pickoff attempts from Easton Jones to Jackson a punt in the last two batters leading up to Caden Pennings, who's up right now. He walked in his first plate appearance against Easton Jones. Punt at second, Parrish at first, as Easton Jones delivers a fastball that's outside, as McIntyre will get some confirmation from the home plate umpire. 1-0. Roy Stevenson on deck with Owen Quackenbush in the hole for Millard South. 2 outs in this bottom of the third inning, a 3-1 lead. Pitch. Trying to really navigate that outside part of the zone these last couple of batters, and hasn't worked out for Easton Jones. 2-0 the count now. Jones has thrown 47 pitches, 27 balls to 20 strikes already here in this top of the third inning. Next pitch, same result as the first two. There's a ball. It's 3-1 the count now. With 2 down, 2 runners aboard for Millard South. Easton Jones behind the count 3-0 to Caden Pennings, the first baseman, as he'll take a glance at second and deliver. Here's a nice bounce back pitch from Jones to pound the zone for strike number 1. Wind pretty much dead in the outfield today. A little cloudy right now, but it's supposed to get up to the mid to upper 80s once the clouds disperse. 3-1 the count as Easton Jones winds up. In there around the knees for strike number 2. And now the count back full, 3-2. As Easton Jones gets set and will get the sign from McIntyre, take a glance at second and deliver. Swing and a miss, and down goes Pennings. And that's how this inning comes to an end. Easton Jones wheeling and dealing. It's a 3-1 lead for Great Plains Health, and we come back to Memorial Field, top of the fourth inning on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, and to lead off this inning, Caden Johnson, who was walked in his last two at-bats, gets pegged in the shoulder from Tate Williams, and now will walk on over to first following the hit by pitch, and he'll lead this inning off for North Platte at first base. Connor Stifler up to bat. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as well as our other sponsors for today's game. Goes to Dr. Chris Kroll and his crew at Kroll Clinic, located in the Westfield Shopping Center, as well as McCook, where they specialize in sports injuries, looking to get you back in the game faster. And the best part, when you go on over to Mr. Kroll and his crew, no facility fees. A 1-0 count to Connor Stifler from Tate Williams. How about make that 2-0. Boy, this has just been a absolutely crazy game so far. And even though the score is 3-1 and you might not be able to see it, I feel like we're reaching a point where there's been so many balls thrown, I'm losing my mind as a pickoff attempt will get Caden Joneson back. So far today for North Platte, we've only had one steal, being Tommy Haggart. Two Caden Joneson stole early in the game when he first got up. And there's a pitch close to the lettering for strike number 1 to Connor Stifler. Landon Greeno on deck. Easton Jones in the hole as Tate Williams takes that glance at first and will deliver his 2-1 pitch. Popped up to center field. Shallow center as Will Thomas will get under it and get there. Plenty of time to record the first out of this inning as Stifler pops up. Good contact from Connor Stifler as Landon Greeno now will make his way to the hitting square for the first time this inning. Still a 3-1 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors for North Platte. 1 run, no hits, 1 error for Millard South. As Greeno looks to lay the bunt down, potentially, as Caden Johnson will take off. Carson Durr with a beautiful throw on over to second and will easily tag out Caden Johnson. And there's already now 2 outs in this inning. Great throw from Carson Durr. I mean, lasered that ball out to second. And just like that, nobody on, 2 down now in this top of the 4th inning for Landon Greeno as Tate Williams' changeup changes its direction and finds its way into the zone. 2-1 the count. He doubled and flew out in his 2 appearances so far, Greeno has. As Williams tried to go back to that changeup, but couldn't find the same results. It's 3-1 now to Landon Greeno, as he rockets one into center field for a base hit. So with 2 outs, Landon Greeno gets on to the base pads for the 2nd time today, and he's on cycle watch. 2 hits, 1 single, 1 double. Just needs that, of course, triple and home run. But somebody who could score Landon Greeno, even from first base, it's Easton Jones. He's 0 for 2 today with 2 groundouts. We know with that power he possesses, he can hit one out of the park. He's got 1 already this season, and Tate Williams will start off on a good measure with strike number 1 to Jones. As the 0-1. That one soft the ground and on over to Stevenson, and on over to to second it goes, and that's how this inning comes to an end. And with that, we now go to the bottom of the 4th inning, a 3-1 lead for North Platte. We come back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming at northplattepost.com. Welcome back here, Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. It's the now bottom of the 4th inning. A 3-1 lead for Great Plains Health. Post 163. Easton Jones is on the mound for North Platte. Wow, look at that. They're changing up the scoreboard. That's very cool. Of course, Memorial Field has had a very nice scoreboard out in center field over the last couple of seasons, and now showing us a whole new graphic for it. Love it. Well, what's more importantly, and what we all love to see, is Great Plains Health holding on to their lead against a 28-6 Millard South squad, 3-1 on our wicked fast scoreboard. As the first pitch from Easton Jones to Roy Stevenson is there for strike number 1. 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors for North Platte. 1 run on no hits and 1 error for Millard South. That 1 run coming off of a bases-loaded walk from Easton Jones in the bottom of the first inning. As our half-inning breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check them out on the one-ways, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors for today's game, Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998. We're bringing those services to the North Platte area. Next pitch from Jones is low on a fastball for ball number 2. 2-2 the count now. As that's foul, then fortunately for McIntyre, couldn't hold on to it, so we'll still stay at 3-2. As Easton Jones now delivers a ball that's popped up to right field, drifting towards foul territory. Cade Songster trying to get there and takes quite a tumble, making his way to that ball out in the bullpen for Millard South. Songster just overshot it a little bit, and that's another foul ball, but great effort from the youngster to try and get there to record the first out of this inning. But we still sit at a 2-2 count here to Roy Stevenson. Owen Quackenbush on deck and Joe Bluvis in the hole for Millard South. Here in this bottom of the 4th inning, 3-1 lead for North Platte. Jones at 61 total pitches today. Here's a 2-2 again. Ooh, a fastball. Couldn't find earlier success right now, as it's now ball 3 to Roy Stevenson. Jones trying to strike him out for a second time. Delivers! Hard hit, lopped up, and into the diving glove of Connor Stifler at second base. Man, oh man, what an evolution we've been seeing from Connor Stifler in just the span of a couple of months. After during the high school season while at third base struggling to make some good defensive plays, ever since the Legion season started, he has just been absolutely on a tear. Defensively, nothing getting past him this season, as there's 1 out here in this bottom of the 4th inning, as the first pitch to Owen Quackenbush, who flew out, is outside for ball 1. But great bounce back pitch from Easton Jones on a fastball. The Quackenbush, that was a little out of line. It was just so easy to do. The 3-1. Oh, whiffing. As 1-2 the count. It's Quackenbush. As Easton Jones looking to find the second out of this inning right here with this pitch. He delivers. Ooh. Another fastball that around the lettering just barely misses. 2-2. 67 total pitches for Jones today. He'll wind up again. And he'll strike down Quackenbush. And down he goes for the second out of this inning to bring up Joe Bluvis Grounded out to Landon Greeno in his last attempt. Now, with nobody on and 2 down in this bottom of the 4th, trying to find some offensive momentum for Millard South as that changeup, man, oh man, just, barely misses. That was right on that line that, unfortunately, of the imaginary zone, but just misses. This time, there's no doubt that one was right down the center. It's strike number 1. 1-1 the count. As Easton Jones delivers again. Foul tipped off into the glove of D. McIntyre for strike 2. Man, ever since that bottom of the 1st inning where things looked a little iffy for Easton with his command, he has just been locked and loaded today. He's yet to record or allow Millard South to record a hit, as that pitch will sneak down low for ball 2. Of course, he already had a complete game shutout this year for Great Plains Health, and Bluvis will foul that off down the third base side. Now looking to continue to keep this very strong Millard South team off of a hit, as Jones with his 2-2 will deliver to Bluvis. Oh, mamma mia, that one just off the mark. Ball 3, 3-2 the count now to Joe Bluvis, and see if he can strike him out here. He can! Strike 3! Down goes Bluvis looking, and that's how this inning comes to an end. Top of the 5th around the corner when we come back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Bill. Well, I wish it was Bill Woodfield. Oh, boy. Welcome back, though, to Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, as that one hit by the side of Ty Hannenborg over to the out-reaching glove of Roy Stevenson for out number 1 at this time of the 5th inning. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet Pea, as well as Premier Toyota. Hey, if you're looking for a new car, or heck, even a pre-owned car, head on over to Premier Toyota, where you can take a test drive today to pick the right car for you. Jacoby Silos is now warming up in the bullpen for Great Plains Health. Easton Jones, close to 80 pitches today against this Millard South squad, as Tate Williams now with Dean McIntyre up to bat, struggling to yet again find command of his pitch. Erdy putting 2 balls in this at-bat. Make it, I was about to say 3, but that's around the lettering and somehow in for strike 1 as the 2-1 makes it 2-2 following the swing and a miss from McIntyre. McIntyre so far today, 2 singles for the catcher. Has Songster on deck. Grounder on over to Jackson, a pun at short, easy play for him, and There's out number 2 of this inning. A quick 2 up, 2 down for the North Platte offense. As Cade Songster now up to bat. He's walked in both of his plate appearances so far today against Jacob Aldstadt and Tate Williams. It's already off to a good start to potentially make it 3 in a row as first pitch to Songster is up high for ball 1, but good bounce back pitch from Tate Williams for strike 1 this inning. Williams looking much better against North Platte, but still has his iffy moments as that next pitch will touch the dirt and the turf for ball number 2 as that one skied out to shallow right field. Quackenbush trying to come on and get it, but actually it's Caden Pennings who will make an impressive grab out in foul territory for the final out of this inning. A quick 1, 2, 3. Top of the 5th inning. We now go to the bottom of the 5th. Can Easton Jones continue his domination? You'll have to find out when we come back here. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, bottom of the 5th inning. North Platte, man, they are just on a roll right now. I don't know what it is with the Kearney tournament, but they are just cruising at the moment versus one of the best teams in the state when it comes to Class A American Legion Baseball, Millard South, who's 28-6 on the season, currently trailing North Platte 3-1. On our Wicked Fast scoreboard. If you, of course, downloaded the My Phillips 66 app yet, if not, you are always missing out on so much savings with Wicked Fast. As hard hit on over to Ty Hanneborg on a line drive out, and he makes the grab against Logan Wick. And there is out number 1. As for the 3rd time today, here's Will Thomas. Walked in the bottom of the 1st inning, and then of course, struck out swinging in his last plate appearance. Has already 1 out in this inning as he lays down a bunt, but right into the glove of Easton Jones, and a laser to first. Makes it 2 pitches and 2 outs for North Platte's defense. As Jackson Apun now comes up to bat, and he is hoping to not get walked or hit a single because he already knows that we'll potentially be seeing some pickoff attempts to Mr. Apun from Easton Jones. 9 pickoff attempts when Jackson Apun was on first base between 2 different batters. Poor Jackson just not happy with how many times he's getting picked off as he'll take a big swing and a miss on the next pitch. It's 1-1 now the count. Carson Durr on deck with Brady Parrish in the hole for Millard South. Ooh. That one just too low on that fastball. Ball 2 to Apun from Easton Jones. 80 pitches for Easton. Trying to make it through maybe not this inning, but the next one. Oh, that one might go to the gap in left center field, and it will fall in for extra bases for Jackson Apun as he makes his way on over to second, and he'll get there easily with a double. Jackson Apun gets aboard and is now into scoring position for Millard South. Game-tying run here at home plate. But it's Carson Durr, who was struck out swinging in his last plate appearance against Easton Jones. Was hit by a pitch in his first. Now has a runner in scoring position, being again a pun, at second with 2 down in this bottom of the 5th inning. As Durr whiffs on the first pitch he sees from Easton Jones this inning. 0-1. As Easton Jones now delivers. Oh, that's going to get away from him on the next pitch. Great effort from Dean McIntyre to not let it slide past him to the backstop and move a pun further on the base pad. So it's 1-1 the count now, as Jones will deliver. Next pitch will also just barely this time miss the zone. So 2-1. Don't know how much more of Easton Jones we'll see. Jacoby Silos was warming up in the dugout, or in the bullpen for Great Plains Health. 2-1. Hard hit out to right field, but carrying its way foul. There is also another pitcher warming up for Millard South in their dugout. I believe warming up is either Joe Bluvis or Owen Quackenbush, as another hard hit by Durr will go foul, so we'll stay at 2-2. Believe that is Joe Bluvos who's warming up for Millard South. 2-2 the count to Carson Durr as Jones fires. Hard hit into center field for a base hit. They're going to be waving around the runner, Jackson the pun. Huge throw from Caden Johnson, and unfortunately, pun's going to make it home. I think that ball might have gotten to Dean McIntyre in time, and now we're going to have time called as out comes head coach Ricky Holm to have a conversation with Easton Jones, as 2 hits have already come across for Millard South in this inning, as Durr with an RBI single up the middle scores a run. And now it is a 3-2 lead for Great Plains Health post 163 in this bottom of the 5th inning. Of course, giving Jones some time to take a little bit of a breather. Next batter up, Brady Parrish, who's yet to record a stat line because he's walked in both of his plate appearances. There's a courtesy runner at first for Millard South, being Brock Lang for Carson Durr. So, can Jones find the final out of this inning? Because, again, the game-tying run is at first base for Millard South. After having a fantastic game today, Easton Jones has been producing so far. She needs that one more out. As first pitch to Brady Parrish, very far outside and away from the zone for ball 1. 1-0. Laying at first base for Millard South. That's another fastball that just will escape the zone, as Coach Holman giving some encouragement to his pitcher, Easton Jones, trying to get out of this last inning for him, as Jones's 2-0 pitch fouled to the netting for strike 1. Most certainly we'll see Jacoby Silos next inning for North Platte, as he was warming up in the bullpen a half inning ago. 2-1 to Brady Parrish, as Jones will take a deep breath and deliver. Fastball at the knees. But not in. Ball 3. It's 3-1 now to Parrish. Caden Penning's on deck with Roy Steventon in the hole for Millard South. As Easton Jones, in a 3-1 count against Parrish, will wind up and fire. Oh boy, there's ball 4, and that's going to do it for Jones, as out comes head coach Ricky Holm, and now Jacoby Silos will be the man on the mound as Jones will end his day today, giving up 2 runs on 2 hits in 88 total pitches. As Jacoby Silos now will be taking over for North Platte. They were hoping Jones can get out of this inning with this last couple of pitches, but won't be able to do so. So the young Jacoby Silos will be, of course, taking over. Hasn't been pitching in a little while. Started, if I remember correctly, pitching, or his first pitching outing was on Monday. It was the last time we saw him, and prior to that, been a couple of games. Was having some issues with his throwing arm and, more importantly, his pitching arm. So got a little bit of a break from pitching. Now seeing some more action now that he's starting to feel better. He'll be facing off against Caden Pennings, who struck out swinging in his last plate appearance. Walked in his first. As always, our half-inning breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet beat. Again, bottom of the 5th, a 3-2 lead for North Platte. They are just hanging on right now against Millard South. Again, Millard South 28-6 this season in American Legion Baseball. One of the best records in the state. A very strong team. North Platte just trying to eke out these last potential 2 offensive innings that Millard South has to come away with a victory. They do need to find some offense of their own. They've been pretty quiet after picking up 3 runs in the first 2 innings. As here is Mr. Jacoby Silos against Caden Pennings. Runners at first and second. Brock Lang at second base. Brady Parrish at first. For Millard South, Roy Stevenson on deck. Owen Quackenbush in the hole. As the righty Silos get the sign from McIntyre he likes and deliver his first pitch. That one's in the dirt, but doesn't skirt far enough away from McIntyre to move any of the runners. There's ball number 1. Silos didn't get too much of a warm-up last half inning, so coming in relatively cold compared to what he was hoping for, but there's a nice strike from the young Silos. Of course, everybody on the team calls him Joby. As Silos now will get his sign and deliver his 1-1. Off speed, off the mark. Just barely. 2-1 the count. Now to Caden Pennings, the first baseman in today's game. Game tying run at second. Game leading run at first for Millard South. As Silos delivers. Hard hit ball, foul down the first base side. Strike number 2. One more strike for Jacoby Silos to get out of this inning for North Platte. Be huge if he can do so. That'll face a relatively soft part of the lineup for Millard South next inning. Here's Silos' 2-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Penning. And that's how this inning comes to an end. There were 2 runners aboard, but Jacoby Silos gets it done. We're now moving to the top of the 6th inning. A 3-2 lead for North Platte when we come back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back, Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Jackson Peters now up to bat versus Tate Williams. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group in his location. 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Easton Geisler next up to bat. Little soft grounder to Roy Steventon as the throw on over to first is just barely in time, but Jackson Peters grounds out to lead off. It's top of the 6th inning. North Platte still trying to put together some offense after a strong start to the game. Have since then really been quiet offensively. They got those 3 runs in the first 2 innings and have put up donuts the rest of the way through. Millard South right on their heels, trailing 3-2 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Easton Geisler for the first time today will come up to bat in the spot of Jacoby Silos as Tate Williams will find the strike zone for strike number 1 against Geisler. Johnson on deck with Connor Stifler in the hole for North Platte, again leading on our Wicked Fast scoreboard 3-2. Back-to-back good pitches from Tate Williams makes it an 0-2 count to Geisler as he gets in motion. Upstairs. Ball number 1. 1-2 the count now. The delivery. Hard hit ball. Does it stay fair? No, it goes foul and stay at 1-2. And if it just stayed a little further to the right by maybe an inch or two, what a big base hit for Easton Geisler. But a 1-2 count as Williams will shake off a few signs from Durr and deliver. Upstairs for second ball of this at-bat. 2-2 the count. Williams' next pitch. That goes into center field for a base hit from Easton Geisler. How about Geisler starting to really heat it up on a hitting standpoint after being at one point below 200 on the season? It's just been slowly climbing and climbing and climbing and is now hovering around 255. And with that hit, will just continue making his way up. Runner at first now for Caden Johnson, who was walking. He walked in his first 2 at-bats, all right, and then was hit by a pitch in his last. So Johnson looking for his first hit in this contest, but more importantly would love to get aboard. But now a conversation between Coach Holm and the home plate umpire. I think he's trying to see if they can get a courtesy runner in for Easton Geisler. As Jacoby Silos will now come aboard. So Geisler courtesy hit for Jacoby Silos, and now Jacoby Silos will be running for Easton Geisler, and now out goes Tommy Haggart to run for Jacoby Silos. So a lot of shenanigans afoot. But a 1-2 count to Caden Johnson. This is probably the preferred runner on the base pad right now, Tommy Haggart. So it worked out for North Platte as next pitch from Tate Williams almost grazing the elbow of Johnson, but it's 2-0 now. The count, runner at first being Tommy Haggart, as there's a pickoff attempt from Tate Williams, and Haggart gets back. After, of course, Joni got thrown out last time North Platte tried to steal. I don't know how aggressive Coach Holm wants to be on the base pads. As there's a nice pitch from Williams to find the first strike of this at-bat. 2-1 the count now to center fielder Caden Johnson with Haggart at first base. The delivery. Oh, that's in the dirt for ball 2. Again, ball 3. There was a pitcher warming up. being Owen Quackenbush for Millard South, as that's just going to get fouled off by Caden Johnson. It's 3-2 the count now, as Johnson trying to get aboard with only one out in this top of the 6th inning. North Platte trying to bring some insurance runs home with the runner at first being Haggard. As Tate Williams fires, it's down low, ball 4, and Johnson will, for the 3rd time today, walk on over to first base. And now 2 speedy runners are up for Connor Stifler. He's 0 for 3 today. Flew out to Will Thomas in shallow center field in his last plate appearance. Did reach on an error, though, from Roy Steventon in his second. Then grounded out to Caden Pennings in his first, and time will be called, and we'll have a mound visit from the Millard South coaching staff. Is Tate Williams done? It looks like, yep, Tate Williams will officially be done today. As coming in from right field is Owen Quackenbush. Jacob Aldstadt will take his place. So Williams won the day, 52 pitches, 25 balls, 27 strikes for Williams. And Quackenbush now takes over for Millard South, as they're just throwing everything at the wall right now. But here's the funny, I hate to say funny thing, but here's the thing with somebody like Millard South. They have such a deep roster, they kind of really can just throw pitchers at the wall to get something working. Of course, North Platte with a very limited bench this season, with the injuries that have mounted up and just the overall roster size, haven't had that luxury to just throw pitchers at the wall and hope they succeed, you know, any given tournament day. They kind of have to be a little more strategic with how they deploy their pitchers and hope that they can go further than, 3 or 4 innings. Easton Jones did a fantastic job today of, making it all the way to the 5th. They would hope that he'd make it, past that 5th inning, but with a team like Millard South, they have that luxury to just go to the bullpen whenever they feel something isn't right. This is their 3rd pitcher today. Of course, Aldstadt only made it to the 3rd inning, and then Tate Williams just made it here to the 6th, so we've basically gone through only 3 innings apiece with 2 new pitchers. And now here's Owen Quackenbush, the right-handed pitcher, trying to, I think most certainly go the rest of the way. Well, I say that, and there's now another pitcher warming up for Millard South, and I think that one's going to be Joe Bluevoss is warming up. So we have another pitcher getting loosened up in the Millard South bullpen. And now, with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning, runners at 2nd and 1st for North Platte. Johnson at 1st, Haggard at 2nd. A 3-2 lead for Great Plains Health, a very delicate balance right now that North Platte's trying to play, but more importantly, they're just trying to find something to get their offense restarted after getting those 3 runs in the first 2 innings, have yet to find success again, as that throw will not tag Tommy Haggard. Oh, man, there's no way. As Coach Holm now going to go have a conversation with the infield umpire, as they say that Roy Steventon tagged Tommy Haggard as Haggard was making his way to 3rd, and now Coach probably going to go ask for a review. I mean, it did not look like Haggard got hit at all, and now we're going to have a review. Greeno was calling for it from his on deck circle. But this could be a huge play if North Platte can have it go its way. I mean, it did not even look like Stevenson. Oh my gosh, and they will call Haggard out. Unbelievable. Didn't even look like Haggard was anywhere close to being tagged on that run over to 3rd. So because of that, Johnson will advance to 2nd base on a stolen base, but there's now 2 outs in this top of the 6th inning for Connor Stifler to appear. Has again Caden Johnson in scoring position at 2nd versus Owen Quackenbush, as Quackenbush will deliver. That pitch Bouncing off of the turf for ball one. Oh, man, you got a feel for Coach Holm right there. A perfect play that worked a lot today. But a very athletic tag from Morey Stevenson as Haggart was running to third. Gets him tagged out, and because of that, there's 2 down in this inning for now Stifler to see what he can do damage-wise. Landon Greeno on deck, Easton Jones in the hole for North Platte, leading 3-2 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard as Quackenbush, staring down Johnson at second, delivers his next pitch, and it's down low again for ball 3. Man, I don't know what it is with Millard South pitchers and starting today off on the wrong foot when it comes to their pitches. They've just struggled today with pounding the zone against North Platte. As Quackenbush will once again stare down Johnson at second and try to deliver a pitch, but going to bounce off the second base bag, but Joni won't advance as he almost got picked off by Quackenbush. Stifler with a hit into the outfield will certainly score Caden Johnson, so he's trying his best to find the right pitch for him, but on the verge of a walk. 3-0 the count to Stifler as Quackenbush winds up. And there's ball 4. And with that, on over to first goes Connor Stifler. And, you know, I joke a lot about this. And you know him very well. Old reliable Landon Greeno. Oh, gosh, we're going to have another pitching change as time is going to be called. Miller South's coaching staff once again going to step out of the dugout to have a conversation with Quackenbush. They're just throwing everything at the wall right now, potentially, as Blue Voss is warming up in the bullpen. But I want to talk about a guy who, in so many key situations, has been a difference maker for Great Plains Health, not just this season, but his entire tenure with the squad. Landon Greeno is the guy that you want to have up in this moment. You're always looking for somebody to either be the spark of offense or bring a run home. He always comes up at the right time, in the right moment with a big hit. Brought Caden Johnson home with a loud double into right field in his first plate appearance versus Quackenbush. Now, against him, when Quackenbush is a pitcher, can Landon Greeno produce another big hit? 3-2 lead for North Platte as Quackenbush will deliver. Beautiful off speed right down the center of the zone for strike number 1. 2 outs here in this top of the 6th inning. Still a 1-run lead for Great Plains Health. They're just hanging on by a thread right now. As Quackenbush is 0-1. Fastball off the mark. Ball number 1. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for North Platte on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for Millard South. The 1-1. Oh, and it bounces off of the rear end of Landon Greeno. And with that, the bases are now loaded for the next best. Well, I can't even say the next best, not even that sense, but technically, statistically, the best person to bring runs home this season for North Platte, Easton Jones, the RBI leader by quite some margin for Great Plains Health. 22 on the season so far. Now we'll see if he can bring some more across as Quackenbush's first pitch to Jones is there for strike number 1. He's 0 for 3 today with 3 ground outs, so now would be a great time to get out of that funk he's in today. Bases loaded against Owen Quackenbush, and Jones will swing and miss for strike number 2. So Quackenbush, with potentially the next pitch, can get out of this inning unscathed with the bases loaded. Can Easton Jones find a big hit? Quackenbush staring at second with an 0-2 count. Deep breath, delivers. It's outside for ball number 1. 1-2 the count. On deck, Ty Hanneborg with Dean McIntyre in the hole for North Platte. The 1-2 pitch from Owen Quackenbush is on its way. Big hit on over to the shortstop. Backhanded grab, throw on over to first. Great job from Jackson, a pun. And unfortunately, it's an 0-4 day for Easton Jones, and that's how this inning comes to an end for North Platte offensively. We now go to the bottom of the 6th inning. A 1-run lead for Great Plains Health Post 163. 3-2 on our wicked fast scoreboard when we come back on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Bottom of the 6th inning, a 3-2 lead for Great Plains Health. Post 163. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for North Platte. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for Millard South. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. 621 South Dewey is where he's located, helping North Platte families, farmers, and businesses for more than 50 years. As well as Rivers Edge Golf Club. Hey, it's a beautiful day today to go get some tee times and get yourself set up for a wonderful golfing day. And I hope my boss, Derek Beck, is out there golfing. Boy, he sure needs a good vacation, so hopefully he gets his tee time set up. And you can join him at Rivers Edge Golf Club, as that one is smoked to left field, but foul. For strike number 2 to Roy Steventon. Steventon 0 for 2, struck out swinging in his first plate appearance, then flew out to Connor Stifler, who made a wonderful diving catch in his last at-bat. Swing and a miss on an off-speed as Steventon goes down for out number 1 against one Jacoby Silos. With Owen Quackenbush up to bat. Quackenbush 0-2 today. Flew out in his first at-bat, struck out swinging in his second. Now facing Jacoby Silos, who is off to a fantastic start in this inning for Great Plains Health. Now ahead in the count, 0-1 against Quackenbush. Joe Bluvoss on deck. Actually, correction is going to be Jacob Allstat, who is the new hitter for Bluvis, as the next pitch from Silos does not hit the mark. 1-1 the count with 1 out. Joby's next pitch, that's off the mark on a fastball for ball 2. 2-1. Allstat on deck. John Wick in the hole, or excuse me, Logan Wick. Boy, that would have been scary if it was John Wick. My heavens. Next pitch from Jacoby Silos, again up high for ball 3. Boy, yeah, man, talk about somebody. If John Wick was up to bat, I think we'd all be in for a little bit of a scary thought. The 3-1. There you go. In there for strike number 2. Quackenbush not expecting that to be a strike. It's now 3-2 the count from Jacoby Silos to Owen Quackenbush. Hard hit to right field. It falls foul. So we'll stay once again at 3-2. 3-2 again. Oh, my heavens. Just a bit off the mark from Jacoby Silos. I mean, it was a twinge upstairs for ball 4. It's now up to bat Jacob Aldstadt, and you can hear it from the North Platte crowd as well. They don't agree with that call. So runner at first base for Millard South being Quackenbush, with up to bat Jacob Aldstadt. 3-2 lead for for Great Plains Health, with the game tying run at first. Joby's first pitch in there for strike number 1 to Aldstadt. 0-1. 15 total pitches thrown by Silos. 9 strikes, 8 balls today's contest. This is 0-1 to Aldstadt. Is not going to go, as he's going to try to pick off Quackenbush. Easton Jones playing the grass, expecting potentially Aldstadt to lay a bunt down and move Quackenbush to second base. We'll go back to his somewhat regular position as Aldstadt fouls the next pitch off for strike 2. This game is just, on a knife's edge right now. North Platte's been holding on to this very slim lead since the top of the second inning. And I've just been trying to eke its way to a victory here. Again, leading by 1, 3-2. Another pickoff as Quackenbush gets back. 3-2 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard for Great Plains Health, as Jacoby Silos with his 0-2 pitch winds up. Check swing, down low, thrown over to second, will not be in time as Quackenbush will successfully steal second base, and now the game tying run is in scoring position at second. With 1 out here in this bottom of the 6th inning. Runner at second being Owen Quackenbush. As Silos, another pitch. Oh boy, that's going to the gap in left center field. That might score a run. It will maybe not score the runner, as they're going to hold him up at third base. That's a stand-up double for Jacob Aldstadt. And now, runners at second and third with only 1 out for Logan Wick. 0 for 3 today. Aldstadt on over at second. Quackenbush at third, as they're going to intentionally walk Logan Wick on over to third so they can get a force out at any bag. And now up comes Will Thomas. He's 0 for 2 today. Game tying run at third. The game leading run at second being Jacob Aldstadt. Infield playing close to the grass. Jacoby Silos with 1 out, trying to navigate this sticky situation he is in. First pitch to Thomas. In there for strike number 1. Probably the toughest situation all year Jacoby Silos has been asked to perform in. Against probably one of the best teams he's seen in his entire career. As that next pitch, oh my heavens, man, just barely off the mark. I mean, it looked good on my side of things, but home plate umpire says just a bit upstairs. 1-1 to Will Thomas. Jackson the punt on deck. Carson Durr in the hole for Millard South. Swing and a miss by Thomas. There's strike number 2. One and 2 the count. Jacoby Silos trying to find the second out of this bottom of the 6th inning. With the bases loaded. Get the sign from McIntyre. His 1-2 pitch. Oh dear, that's going out to left field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Throw on over to third will not be in time, as Quackenbush will successfully score. And now the game is all tied up as Will Thomas Just gets one out to shallow left field. Unfortunately for Jackson Peters, it falls just a tad shy of where he is in left field, and now the bases are still loaded with one out for Jackson Apun. He had a big double in his last plate appearance. 3-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard for Jacoby Silos, as his next pitch is fouled off by Apun for strike number one. Such a tough situation for Silos to be in. Have been doing pretty good up until that point, but let just a nice little tapper out into left field, and now the game is tied 3-3. His next pitch popped up, going to Caden Johnson in center field, but it's actually going to be Connor Stifler who makes that grab. So calling off the Hounds is Stifler and go out and make the grab. And now there's two down for Carson Durr. Durr so far today 1 for 2. Struck out swinging in his second plate appearance. Singled in his last one and then was hit by a pitch in his first. Now facing Jacoby Silos for the first time today with the bases loaded in a tied 3-3 ball game. Following Durr, Brady Parrish, Caden Pennings for Millard South. That one into the glove of Easton Jones, and that's how this inning comes to an end. One run did come across. We're tied 3-3 here in this now top of the seventh inning when we come back. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. We are in the top of the seventh inning. 3-3 game here in this doubleheader today for North Platte, taking on Millard South. Great Plains Health Post 163 tied 3-3 to Pat Hagee Patriots. Millard South, 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for North Platte. As, of course, when we go here in this inning, we got a runner second base for North Platte. Again, doing some of those, of course, different rule changes. So, runner at second and in scoring position for Great Plains Health Post 163 versus Owen Quackenbush. As Quackenbush will step back, it's Easton Jones at second, as Quackenbush calling for a new ball. Top of the seventh, 3-3 ball game. Jones in scoring position. Great Plains Health Post 163. Ty Hanneborg up to bat. He looks to lay the bunt down, but he fouls it off, and now it's an 0-2 count to Ty Hanneborg, and Easton Jones in scoring position for North Platte. As Quackenbush, with that long stare down at second now, will deliver. Upstairs on a fastball for ball one. To Ty Hanneborg, Dean McIntyre on deck with Cade Songster in a hole. Again, runner in scoring position being Easton Jones at second base to start off this top of the seventh inning. Just gotta love tournament baseball and all the fun rules they have. 1-2. Another pitch from Quackenbush that's off the mark. 2-2 the count. Big opportunity for Hanneborg, who's 0 for 3 today with 3 straight groundouts to his name. Jones at second, threatening to score. As Quackenbush delivers. Big hit. Oh, but it's going to be pulled foul by Hanneborg. So we'll stay at 2-2. Again, game number 1 of this doubleheader for Great Plains Health, taking on Millard North next. Going to face the Millards today. Millard South right now leading or tied up with them 3-3. And playing Millard North next. 2-2. Big hit on over to the shortstop. That's Jackson Apun, who will toss it to first. And there's out number 1 as down goes Ty Hanneborg with the ground out. That's his 4th ground out today. And that's how his day would probably come to an end offensively. But here's somebody who's having a strong day, potentially with an opportunity to bring Easton Jones home. It's Dean McIntyre. He's 2 for 3 today with 2 singles. McIntyre is. Quackenbush's first pitch to McIntyre is high and in for ball 1. 1-0 the count. McIntyre 2 singles up into center field today. It's Jones still at second. Pitch down low for ball 2. This was almost the exact same position McIntyre was in last season here in this Kearney tournament when he hit that walk-off single into the gap in right center field against Millard North. Can he do it here today against Millard South and give, this time, Great Plains Health the lead? The 2-0 from Quackenbush. Make that 3-0. He's struggling to really find that precision, is Owen Quackenbush. Blue Boss looks to be done in the bullpen for Millard South just in case they need him. He's not throwing anymore. 3-0 to Dean McIntyre with Easton Jones in scoring position at second base. As Quackenbush delivers. There's the first strike of this at-bat from Quackenbush. 3-1. McIntyre just waiting it out, trying to find best opportunity for him to deliver a hit. 3-1. That one going up the middle. Hit. Gloved up greatly by Jackson Apun. His throw to first is in time, so they'll get the second out. Great play by Jackson Apun at shortstop. But Easton Jones does move up one base pad for Cade Songster, who flew out to Caden Pennings in his last plate appearance. Has a runner, Easton Jones, in scoring position at third base to take the lead if he can get one into the outfield against one Owen Quackenbush. First pitch from Quackenbush is a fastball in the dirt, ball 1. Hectic situation with an opportunity for North Platte to get the game-leading run home right here. As Quackenbush takes a deep breath, glances at third, and here comes his 1-0. Make that 2-0 the count now to Songster. Jackson Peters on deck with either going to be Jacoby Silos or Easton Geisler in the hole. 2-0. Quackenbush gets set, gets a sign from Durr, and with his 2-0 pitch, fires in. That's now 3-0 the count to Kate Songster. Songster also looking to walk for the third time today if that happens right here. As Owen Quackenbush, his 3-0 pitch, right down the center on a fastball. Strike one to Songster. 3-1. Peters on deck. 3-1. Hard hit on over to Logan Wick, and that's how this inning will come to an end. As North Platte unable to bring the runner that was placed for them at second base. We now go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Can the North Platte defense hold firm and come away with another opportunity in the top of the 8th? You'll have to find out when we come back here. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome here to Memorial Field. It's now Millard South's time to see if they can get the game-winning run across. We have runners at second and first for Millard South, with Jacoby Silos on the mound in this bottom of the 7th inning.
Brings up number 16, Caden Penny.
As Caden Pennings, first batter that Jacoby Silos will be seeing today. In this, again, bottom of the 7th, runners at second and first for Millard South, as trying to lay the bunt down is Caden Pennings. So runners at second and first for this Millard South squad, bottom of the 7th. Fortunately for North Platte, they just couldn't get a run across last half inning to take the lead, and now Millard South looking to walk off North Platte to start their day 2-0. As a beautiful pitch from Silos that once again just barely misses the zone. 2-0, nobody out, 2 aboard for Millard South. 3-3 game at the moment on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. North Platte be playing Millard North up next after the conclusion of this game. After leading for a majority of it, now potentially staring down the barrel of getting walked off. 2-0. Silos' next pitch. Oh, man, just a tad too high once again. It's 3-0 the count now to Caden Pennings. Roy Stevenson on deck and Owen Quackenbush in the hole for the Millard South Patriots. As Silos is 3-0. In there for strike number 1. Late call from home plate umpire will go the way of Silos. There's a double play set up for the North Platte infield. If we can get one into the infield, is another bunt attempt, and it's outside for ball 4, and now the bases are loaded. Following the walk of Caden Penning. And now here's Roy Stevenson. Struck out swinging in his last plate appearance. Bases loaded with the game-winning run. At third base, North Platte infield playing all the way up to the grass, expecting potentially a suicide bunt from Steventon. With nobody out and the bases loaded. Silos, first pitch. And that's popped up to left field. Jackson Peters getting up underneath it. Good glove. Throw on home from Peters, and good call from the Millard South coaching staff as they won't be tagging up the runner at third base. So there's out number 1 for Jacoby Silos as Steventon fouls out. Or, excuse me, fouls. Oh, man, I don't even know what fouls off that one. Pops one out for the first out of this inning. Now up to bat, Owen Quackenbush. Walked in his last plate appearance versus Silos. Bases loaded, 1 out. As Jacoby Silos delivers. That's going foul towards the grandstands for strike number 1. Boy, man, this is such a stressful game right now. 3-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Game-winning run for Millard South a few feet away at third base. Quackenbush up to bat. Jacob Aldstad on deck and Logan Wick in the hole. That off-speed changeup from Silos is upstairs for ball 1. North Platte defense playing on the infield. The pitch. Another one that's fouled off by Quackenbush. Strike number 2. 1-2 the count. As Jacoby Silos trying to find the second out versus Owen Quackenbush. Should be huge for this North Platte defense with the bases loaded. The bottom of the 7th. Oh, no, it goes into left field for a base hit, and that's how this game ends. Walk-off single from Owen Quackenbush, and North Platte falls here to Millard South after leading for the entirety of the game. Unfortunately, give one up here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and are now 1-1 here in the Kearney tournament after getting walked off by Millard South. Can hang your heads high, though. This is a very strong Millard South squad. 28-6 on the year for the Patriots, but this one will also just sting because they were in firm control of this game for the majority of it until last couple of innings slipped away from North Platte. And unfortunately, they lose this one 4-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard to start off today's doubleheaders. Again, we'll be playing here in a few minutes against Millard North, a team that they walked off last year after trailing at 1.9-0. But not how they wanted to end this game against Millard South. We're really in firm control, as I said, from start to finish. Had everything going their way, and then just unfortunately in the last couple of innings weren't able to find the same offensive production that they had found earlier on in the ball game. I mean, this North Platte squad was racking them up left, right, and center, to start this game off. But really, ever since Tate Williams came aboard, and then finally Owen Quackenbush, North Platte's offense just kind of dried up. And then unfortunately after that, just couldn't find the same production they did early on, and now fall to 1-1 here at the Kearney tournament. They'll be back in a couple of minutes, though, with game number 2. Again, doubleheader today. Playing at 10 a.m. tomorrow, as they look to bounce back after this tough loss to Millard South. With that, we'll step aside, and we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. It's our Quick Stop post-game show. 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. A 4-3 victory for Millard South. 4 runs on 4 hits, 1 error. They left 10 stranded on the base pads 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for North Platte. They also left 10 stranded on the base paths. Back in a couple minutes here for game number 2 of this doubleheader against Great Plains, North Platte, Great Plains Health, 163, and, of course, Miller North. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It is game number 2 of this doubleheader between Great Plains Health Post 163 and now Millard North. The Millard North Onyx currently 14-12 on the season compared to Great Plains Health Post 163, who currently sits this season following their most recent loss to Millard South 14-19. It's going to be a fun game, this course coming after the loss that just happened a few minutes ago against that Millard South team. Can Great Plains Health bounce back? They were leading that Millard South game basically throughout the entirety of it, leading up to the bottom of the 6th inning when they gave up that game-tying run and then gave up the walk-off single with the bases loaded. So this game is going to be more about how do they respond, against a team that they've had some pretty good success against. Of course, if you remember, this Millard North squad was the team that, at the time the FMBO Nationals came back from after trailing at one point in that game 9-0. They were able to bounce back and walk it off in the bottom of the 7th inning exactly this time last year with a big single into right field from Dean McIntyre that scored Landon Greeno. Can they, the Great Plains South Post 163 seniors bounce back in this game against Millard North, a Millard North team that is not the team you saw from the high school season. Again, a lot of those guys have moved on to play prospects. So you hate to say a gutted Millard North squad, but not the pretty strong and pretty scary Millard North squad that you would have seen during the high school baseball season. So it gives an opportunity for North Platte to really bounce back, and that's how you're going to have to view this game. Can they erase the walk-off game that they just got walked off on a couple minutes ago and come into this game and bounce back? We've seen a couple of times this season when it comes to games like these where North Platte, has a rough start, in terms of their double headers where they get off on the wrong foot in game number 1, that it affects them in game number 2. We're hoping, also head coach Ricky Holm is, hoping that the team can really put behind them what happened last game and really see what they can do putting their best foot forward in this game. Because, again, this may not be the scariest of Millard North teams record-wise, again, 14-12, but it is Millard North. It is one of the better teams in Class A baseball in terms of the, the prospects that they have on their team and how overall good this squad can be. So they're going to have to, I hate the word I probably don't want to use is, tread lightly, but they are going to have to really quickly put behind them what happened just a couple of minutes ago in that first game against Millard South. And see, even I'm just at a loss right now because they were just in such firm control. They had 3 runs going into that, bottom of the 6th inning where they were up 3-2 and things were looking pretty good. They were looking pretty good holistically. And then, of course, when you get to that top of the 7th inning, a lot of people I know are questioning, hey, why is Easton Jones at second, and why does Millard North, when they came up to bat, also have a runners at first and second? Well, they were at the 2-hour time limit. That is hence why that you saw some different runners on the base pads in that 7th inning, and you may say, well, that might have been the reason why it cost North Platte that victory. And, I would agree with you. I would sit there and be like, yeah, we wish you didn't have an extra runner on the base pad. Like Millard South did to put some extra pressure on a young pitcher like Jacoby Silos, but just got to do, I hate to say you got to do what you got to do, but, that's the hand that you were dealt. You got to come through with it, and unfortunately for North Platte, they just were unable to in the grand scheme of things. Of course, now facing off against Millard North, can they, bounce back? Can they put that in the rearview mirror? Can they do that? If not, you're going to have to bounce back in day number 3 and see what you can do then. But they're going to try and put that behind them, take on this Millard North squad, and come away with the victory. We'll have that game started up here in a couple minutes. We come back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here at Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. You guys ready to rock and roll with game number 2 of this doubleheader today? Millard North now the opponent. Great Plains Health Post 163 will be taking on, of course, Millard North 14-12 on the season, 14-19 for Great Plains Health Post 163. Of course, Quick Stop pregame show and postgame show is always brought to you in part by Quick Stop. 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. Let's start off with our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen District in North Platte offers 24 plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Double Dips also offers homemade waffle cones and bowls alongside homemade fudge and freshly baked desserts. So, are we ready to rock and roll? Let's start, of course, with the visiting team today, which is, of course, going to be Millard North. Their starting lineup, Jackson Smith on over at first base for Millard North. Dom Managanaro will be on over at shortstop. Caden Schaefer at third. Alex Bursch in center field. Trevor Pecha, the designated hitter. Brandon Windell in right field. Cam Johnson at second base. Jonathan Osdick on over at catching. And Will West in left field with Brandon Burge as the pitcher today. Caden Johnson, the leadoff batter for North Platte. Connor Stifler at second. Landon Greeno will be the pitcher today. Easton Jones at first. Ty Hanneborg at short. Dean McIntyre catching. Easton Geisler, designated hitter. Jackson Peters in left, and Tommy Haggart in right field for the side of Great Plains Health Post 163. As we're now underway between these two teams, Millard North versus, of course, Great Plains Health Post 163. Game 2 of this doubleheader for North Platte compared to first game today for Millard North. Of course, they'll be playing up next in the next game later today for them. Of course, North Platte getting their second game underway as well. Let's get things rocking and rolling here between these two teams. As currently it's a 1-2 count from, of course, Jackson Smith, who was the leadoff batter for Millard North, versus Landon Greeno, who is starting today for North Platte. Is currently a 2-2 count into Jackson, as he clobbers one out to the opposite field and left. Jackson Peters has a long way to go, but thankfully it's fouled off. Relatively scary situation. Peters shading very far right, closer to center field than in left, and because of that opposite field hit from side of Jackson Smith, almost turning that into extra bases for Smith. 2-2 the count now with nobody out in this top of the first inning for Millard North, as Landon Greeno, the lefty, trying to start things off on the right foot for North Platte. Another pitch that's going to be fouled back by Jackson Smith. Up next in the batting order for Millard North, Dom Managanaro, and then Caden Schaefer as the 2-2. Well, that off speed is into the turf. 3-2 now the count to Jackson Smith, as Greeno trying to avoid walking the first batter he sees today. That one over to Jacoby Silos at third. Great throw to first. And there's out number one. Bounced right into the glove of Silos at third base, and he makes the easy throw on over to first, as Dom Managanaro now up to bat for Millard North with one out in this top of the first inning. Get on the mound today, Landon Greeno, as nice pitch from Greeno to Managanaro for strike number one. So, as we get ready to rock and roll in this game number 2, I'm looking for North Platte to do a better job of pounding the strike zone with their pitches, as that was kind of the issue last game for North Platte. They were just struggling to find consistent pitches into the zone as the next pitch from Greeno is pulled outside for ball number 2 to Managanaro. Now looking for North Platte to take the next step forward pitching-wise, because when they were hitting the strike zone, they were well entrenched in that ball game, as that's a big swing and a miss from Managanaro for strike number 2. 2-2 the count now as Landon Greeno gets set to find the second out of this inning as the lefty winds up. Oh, it's going to bounce off the glove of McIntyre, and more importantly, outside ball 3. 3-2 the count now to Managanaro as Greeno looking to avoid a walk after starting this at-bat strong. 3-2. Turned on and fouled off to the netting to stay at 3-2 the count. Up next, Caden Schaefer and Alex Bursch in the hole for the Millard North Onyx. 3-2 pitch. That's in there. Strike 3, and Managanaro goes down looking for the second out of this inning. Landon Greeno off to a good start as Caden Schaefer now is up to bat. 2 up, 2 down for Millard North to start this top of the first inning on their offensive side of things, as the lefty Greeno will put one below the knees for ball number 1 to Caden Schaefer. Next pitch, same result as the first one. It's down low for ball 2. 2-0 the count to Caden Schaefer from Landon Greeno. He'll wind up once again. Foul tipped off by Schaefer, and there's the first strike of this at-bat. Greeno off to a strong start in this top of the first inning. Much better than, how the last couple of games have started for Great Plains South, where they've been giving up a couple of walks to lead the games on lane, not just today's game, but yesterday's game. Hard grounder to Silos at third. Nice little one-hopper to first. It's in time. And that's how this inning comes to an end. A quick 1-2-3 for the North Platte defense. What can they do offensively to bounce back after putting up a couple of donuts against Millard South just a couple minutes ago? Well, we'll have to find out when we come back here. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Currently a tie ball game here in the bottom of the first inning between Great Plains Health Post 163 and, of course, the Onyx of Millard North. Millard North 14-12 on the season. North Platte 14-19. Half-inning breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group at his location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet Pea, as well as our other sponsors for today's game. Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte. Invite you to stop out, take a test drive here today. Premier Toyota, let's go places. Caden Johnson lofting one to center field, but Alex Bursch is there to walk underneath it for out number 1. On the mound, Brandon Burge for Millard North, with now following that pop-up from the side. Caden Johnson, Connor Stifler is the new man up to bat for the second time, well, for the first time today, as the windup from Burge. Boy, just teetering on that line for ball number 1. It's Connor Stifler. Following Stifler, Landon Greeno, then Easton Jones for North Platte. This bottom of the first inning. Next pitch from Burge is outside the zone for ball number 2. We're going to be seeing the exact same start to this game as we've had the last two, where both teams struggling to hit the strike zone. And it seems to be we're off to that mark for Millard North with a 3-0 count to Connor Stifler as Burge delivers. And it's ball number 4, baby. 4-pitch walk to lead the next batter off following the pop-up from Caden Johnson, and it's Landon Greeno, the pitcher's time to shine as he checks in. Stifler on over at first. As a pickoff attempt, and Stifler gets back. It was very, very close to getting tagged out, but got back successfully as that fastball from Burge to Landon Greeno is upstairs for ball number 1. Again, Easton Jones on deck. Ty Hanneborg in the hole in this bottom of the first inning. Stifler at first base. And for the 6th straight pitch, it's down low for ball 2. As Brandon Burge will pick off Stifler again, but he gets back safely. Burge trying to avoid a 7th straight pitch outside of the zone. And he does so as that pitch successfully makes its way in for strike number 1. 2-1 the count. As another pickoff third of this at-bat gets Connor Stifler back. And there goes Connor Stifler on the steal. Throw from Osdike on over to second, not in time. And Connor Stifler will successfully make his way to second following his first steal today. And now it's a 3-1 count to Landon Greeno. As Burge looking down the barrel of walking another North Platte baseman. Oh, smoked out to right field. That might go to the wall. No, it's not. Just enough distance there as Braden Weindel gets over to it just before it touches the warning track. And there's the second out of this inning, but that does move Connor Stifler a couple feet further to the scoring position at third base now for Easton Jones. Jones 0 for 4 in game number 1 against Millard South with 4 groundouts. Can he turn his fortune here and score Connor Stifler? He smokes one out to center field. Back at it goes Burge. He's still going, and it bounces out of his glove, and Connor Stifler will score as Easton Jones will get to second with a double off of the error in the outfield from Alex Burge. As Ty Hanneborg now comes up to bat. 1-0 lead for Great Plains Health here in this bottom of the first inning as he has to take evasive action with a pitch close to his head for ball number 1. As a 1-0. Another fastball from Brandon Burge that's outside. Ball 2. 2-0 to Hanneborg. McIntyre on deck with Easton Geisler in the hole. Another pitch that's low and away. Ball 3 to tie Hanneborg. A 1-0 lead in our wicked fast scoreboard for Great Plains Health, post 163. But there's the first strike being fired into the zone from Burge for a now 3-1 count. North Platte getting some good power off of Brandon Burge, but only accrued 1 run so far. As he 3-1 now pushes to 3-2. Back-to-back consecutive strikes from Burge, his first today. It's now 3-2 to tie Hanneborg with Easton Jones in scoring position at second. The 3-2 pitch, there goes Jones faking it, and Hanneborg will foul it off. So we'll still stay at 3-2. 3-2 once more. Jones in scoring position at second. Hanneborg getting ready to rock and roll. The pitch going out to center field. Back at it goes Alex Burge. He will glove it up this time, and that's how this inning will come to an end. 1 run did come across off of an error for North Platte's offense, but that's all they can muster. We now go to the top of the second inning. A 1-0 lead, and we come back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here, Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It's 1-0 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163, as they're taking on Millard North. 1 run, no hits, no errors for North Platte. No runs, no hits, 1 error for Millard North. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Beat. Those are other sponsors for today's game. Justin Thompson Family Agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch customer service no matter what type of insurance they were looking for. As the first pitch into Bursch, ball number 1, but he'll foul off the second. As Alex Bursch will single one into right field off of Landon Greeno for the first hit today for Millard North, with Trevor Pecha now up to bat. As Pecha has a runner in could be in scoring position with Bursch at first base, but a nice strike from Landon Greeno. Strike number 1. As pickoff attempt will get Alex Bursch back. First base on deck following Pecha, Brandon Weindell, and then Cam Johnson. As Greeno's next pitch is swung on and missed by Pecha for strike 2. I mean, that was all the way touching the dirt, and Pecha went swinging. So it's 0-2. Nobody out in this bottom of the second inning. A 1-0 lead for Great Plains South, post 163. As Greeno will receive the sign from McIntyre and fire his next pitch in. Grounder softly on over to Connor Stifler. At second, he'll get the easy out at first, but that does move Bursch on over to second base. So, a runner now in scoring position for Millard North with Brandon Weindell up to bat. Bursch in scoring position at second with 1 out. 1-0 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard for North Platte. As Greeno, the lefty, will fire his first pitch in, and beautiful pitch it was as it's strike number 1 to Weindell. Cam Johnson on deck with Jonathan Osdick in the hole. 0-1 now to Weindell as Greeno with a long glance at second delivers. Hard hit up the middle. That might be a run being scored as Caden Johnson comes on to grab it. Big powerful throw home. Oh, and he'll make the tag in time. Caden Johnson from center field cuts the runner Alex Bursch off. And it was looking like a run coming home. For Millard North is no good as he's tagged out on a beautiful throw from center field from Caden Johnson. Powers one into the glove of Dean McIntyre, who applies the tag, and there's 2 down in this inning. As up to bat, Cam Johnson now appears for the first time. Runner at first base being Brandon Weindell. As Greeno's fastball at around the ankles of Johnson. Osdick in the hole for Millard North with Will West after him. Fouling back, the next ball is Cam Johnson. It's 1-2 the count in this bottom of the second inning. 19 strikes, 9 balls for Landon Greeno on the mound so far today. He'll shake off a few signs from McIntyre that he doesn't agree with. Now we'll find the one he likes, staring down first base. Greeno delivers. Unfortunately, not going to hit the mark as it bounces off of the home plate for ball number 2. 2-2 the count with 2 down. As Landon Greeno delivers. Oh boy, smoked out to left field. Jackson Peters going back, still going back, but has plenty of room to get up underneath it, and that's how this inning comes to an end. A beautiful throw from Caden Johnson alleviates what would have been a run scored for Millard North. North Platte leads 1-0 when we come back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. 1-0 lead for Great Plains Health. Post 163 to start off, of course, game number 2 of this doubleheader. 1 run on no hits, no errors on the Wicked Fast scoreboard. No runs, 2 hits. 1 error for Millard North with Dean McIntyre up to bat versus Brandon Burge as he'll take one off the shoulder and McIntyre will scamper on over to first. I love a courtesy runner, Cade Songster, to courtesy run for McIntyre. Easton Geisler, the designated hitter, now up to bat. Thank you to our sponsors for today's game, Dr. Chris Kroll and his crew at Kroll Clinic. Of course, located in the Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. They are your one-stop shop for anybody that is dealing with a sports injury, because the best thing about it is that they can help you get back into the game faster. And the best part also about getting back in the game faster is that you don't have to pay any facility fees with Dr. Chris Kroll. So up to bat, Geisler now with Songster at first base. And the first pitch from Brandon Burge into Geisler is there for strike number 1. 0-1 the count. Runner at first. Nobody out. As 0-1, Songster going to take a blitz on over to second. He gets into center field. He now gets up from his bag at second and scampers to third. Songster now in scoring position all the way at third base following the passed up ball into the outfield. So now it's an 0-2 count to Easton Geisler with Cade Songster a few feet away in scoring position at third. Jackson Peters on deck with Tommy Haggard in the hole for North Platte. As the 0-2. In there, strike 3, and down goes Geisler looking for out number 1. Here comes one Jackson Peters.
Strikeout brings to the play number 4, Jackson Peters.
As Peters looking for his first hit out of both games today. Would be prime opportunity with Cade Songster in scoring position for North Platte. 1-0 count to the left fielder. Make that a quick 2-0 count as both around the ankles on fastballs from Brandon Burge. 2-0 with 1 out. A 1-run lead for Great Plains Health. As that 2-0, man, oh boy, was once again oh so close to bouncing off the shoulder of Jackson Peters. But he evades, and it's now 3-0 the count. As a 3-0, man, bounce back pitch. Love the approach once again by North Platte, just like they did in game number 1 against Millard South, when Millard South was struggling to pound strikes into the, or balls into the zone. As here comes a home plate steal on a squeeze bunt from Peters, and it's fouled off for the second strike. It's 3-2 the count now, but forcing the opposing pitcher to correct their mistakes and get balls into the zone, and so far they've been unable to, so North Platte just not swinging as much. 3-2 the count now to Jackson Peters. Oh, and that pitch way outside. There's ball 4, so now we got runners at the corners for North Platte. A 1-0 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. As Peters, the speedster, at first, Songster at second. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a double steal. Peters trying to steal the second, and then Songster stealing home on the throw to second, as there goes Jackson Peters. The throw to second. Songster now coming home with it. Throw home from Managano, and that's no good, and it gets away from the catcher, Jonathan Osdick, and with that, Peters then moves on over to third, just as I drew it up. Peters now goes to third, and a run comes across for North Platte. As the first pitch to Tommy Haggart was a ball. As Manny Gennaro tried to blitz one home to Jonathan Osdick, and unfortunately, it's a bit behind on the throw. As Cade Songster safely reaches, and now time is going to be called as the Onyx pitching coach will make his way out and have a conversation with the infield. And now another runner is in scoring position for North Platte with Jackson Peters on over to third base. Tommy Haggart up to bat. Caden Johnson on deck, and then Connor Stifler in the hole, so back to the top of the order after Haggart. 2-0 lead now for Great Plains Health here against Millard North. Early on in this ball game for the doubleheader for Great Plains Health. Fell to Millard South 4-3 in their first game on a walk-off hit in the bottom of the 7th inning. And now looking to apply firm control and take out their unhappiness here against Millard North. Is another bunt attempt from Haggart goes foul. So far again, North Platte unsuccessful on the sacrifice squeeze bunt in this Kearney tournament. I think I'm trying to rack it up. Getting close to 0 for 10 when it comes to their squeeze bunts to move a runner home. As 1-2 as Brandon Burge fires. That one goes out to right field. It falls for a base hit from Tommy Haggart. An RBI single for the young man, and just like that, the lead ever grows. It's now 3-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard for Caden Johnson. As Johnson comes up to bat for the second time today. Allowed out to center field in his first plate appearance has Tommy Haggart at first base. Wouldn't be, again, shocked if we see Haggart attempt to steal with only one out here in this bottom of the second inning. That's another pickoff attempt. Haggart gets back. 31 pitches for Brandon Burge, 16 balls, 15 strikes. Third straight pickoff attempt. Gets Haggart back. Again, Millard North feeling the pressure from North Platte in terms of its steal threat. As that fastball upstairs to Johnson for ball one. Connor Stifler on deck with Landon Greeno in the hole for North Platte. But a good bounce back pitch from Burge, and it's now 1-1. One out, runner goes, popped up. Tommy Haggart might have to turn their horses around, but doesn't matter as it's fouled to the grandstand. So, fortunately, North Platte not being able to convert. So it's a 1-2 count. Can Caden Johnson move a runner once again? Haggart at first, a 1-2 count. Burge delivers. There goes Haggart again, and Osdick couldn't even get the throw off in time as he almost dropped it, transitioning it from his glove to his hand, and with that, Tommy Haggart successfully steals second. It's a 2-2 count. Now pretty much Caden Johnson can go swinging without any issues. The pitch. It's down low, ball three, gets away from the catcher, and once again, Haggart moves another step forward. 3-2 the count to Caden Johnson. Runner in scoring position being Tommy Haggart. 3-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning with only one out. The full count pitch from Burge. Swing and a miss as it's foul tipped off by Caden Johnson into the glove of the catcher Osdick, and that's how his at-bat comes to an end for Johnson. Stifler's the man next up for Great Plains Health, post 163. Walked in his first plate appearance. Now with an opportunity to himself to score another run as he'll call time and get readjusted. Stepping back into the batter's box, ready to rock and roll. As the pitch. Ooh, way outside will pull Osdick off of his position behind home plate. As it's 1-0 the count now to Connor Stifler. He turns on one grounder to Amanda Gennaro at short. Powerful throw to first. It's in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. 2 runs did come across for Great Plains Health, post 163. We now go to the top of the third inning. A 3-0 lead on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Yep, that's right. It is the top of the third inning, a 3-0 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163. Up to bat now for the side of Millard North. The catcher, Jonathan Osdick here. Half-inning. As half-inning breaks are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann of the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet B, as that's a line drive out to Easton Jones on the first pitch of this inning. Oh, that sneeze really snuck up on me. Heavens to Betsy's. So 1 out in this top of the third for Will West. 9-hole hitter up to bat. Jackson Smith on deck. Don Maniganaro in the hole for Millard North. Still a 3-1 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard as a 1-1 count now following the foul ball from Will West. As he looks to find his first hit today and the third hit for Millard North, but Landon Greeno making that kind of difficult. Good pitch from Greeno. 1-2 now the count. As he delivers. Hard hit ball to Jacoby Silos. It bounces out of his glove, and there's a single for Will West with 1 out. Their third hit today. As Jackson Smith, who grounded out to Jacoby Silos in his first plate appearance, now comes up to bat. As a runner at first base, as that one slowly chopped on over to Connor Stifler, who then just easily tosses it to Easton Jones at first, and there's the second out of this inning. That does advance the runner on to second, though. For Dom Maniganaro, who struck out looking in his first plate appearance, has a runner in scoring position, Will West. Second for Millard North. They're trying to break through on their scoreless streak to start the game as Greeno will fire a laser into the zone for strike number 1. 0-1 the count. Caden Schaefer on deck. Alex Bursch in the hole for Millard North and the Onyxes. 0-1. Upstairs on a fastball. There's ball number 1. One, 2 outs. Greeno delivers. Nice pitch. Second strike. Landon Greeno looking good. Start this game off. Millard North struggling to break him down right now. As the 1-2 pitch from Greeno. That one's popped out to center field, but there to get it easily is Caden Johnson, and that's how this inning comes to an end. Just because there was a runner on the base pads mean there's no issues, though, as Landon Greeno gets Great Plains South out of the inning. Again, it's a 3-0 lead when we come back here to the bottom of the third inning on FM 98.1 AM 1410. Welcome back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1 and AM 1410. Currently a 3-0 lead for Great Plains South, post 163 over the Onyxes of Millard North. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Pea, as well as Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998. They're bringing those services to the North Platte area as Landon Greeno lobs one out to left field for an easy out to Will West. And there's one down in this bottom of the third inning for Easton Jones to walk his way up. Reached on an error after a very loud hit to center field that Alex Bursch could not hold on to. That did score a run for North Platte, and now an opportunity to do it again as he lines one to right, but Brandon Weindell is there to grab it. And there's now a quick 2 up, 2 down for North Platte. That's bottom of the third inning. As Ty Hanneborg now comes up to bat. He also had a very loud hit to center field in his last at-bat versus Brandon Burge. That Alex Burge was able to catch. His first pitch from Berg was down the middle for strike number 1. 0-1 the count. As the next pitch, that one popped up over to first base, and Jackson Smith is there to easily grab it. A quick 3 up, 3 down in this bottom of the third. We're now quickly going to the top of the fourth. A 3-0 lead for North Platte. We come back. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. 3-0 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163 over Miller North and the Onyxes. Caden Schaefer will be leading off this inning for Miller North. It's a quick 1-2-3. Bottom of the third inning for North Platte. Can they do the same, except on the defensive side for Miller North this time, as first pitch is Schaefer there for strike number one. Thank you to our sponsors for today's game, Premier Toyota. They're just south of I-80 in North Platte, and they're inviting you to come out, stop by, take a test drive today of all their new and pre-owned vehicles, because Premier Toyota is the best place for you to do it. Of course, Toyota, one of the most reliable brands in America, so why not go to Premier Toyota and pick up your new future car? As that's fouled off by Schaefer for strike number two. Alex Bursch on deck with Trevor Petcha in the hole for Miller North. Trailing 3-0 in this top of the fourth inning. Landon Greeno, 43 pitches, 30 strikes, 13 balls. Walloped out to right field, and that's going to get over the head of Tommy Haggard all the way to the wall. Extra bases for Caden Schaefer, and that's a stand-up double to lead this inning off. Now a runner in scoring position for Miller North. For Alex Bursch, he singled into right field in his first plate appearance, fourth hit today for the Miller North Onyx. Can Greeno start to work his way back this inning after giving up that leadoff double? Popped up, that's going to shallow left field, but easily grabbable for Jackson Peters. He makes a little dive for it and successfully grabs the the first out of this inning, with a runner still in scoring position at second, being Caden Schaefer. Here's Trevor Petcha, grounded out to Connor Stifler in his first at-bat. As first pitch from Greeno in there, strike number one. Beautiful game Landon Greeno has been pitching today. Exactly what head coach Ricky Holm was looking for after a relatively topsy-turvy pitching performance in game number one today, as that fastball blows right past Petcha for strike two. Even though we call it topsy-turvy, and, North Platte only gave up 4 runs, just a lot of balls outside of the zone for Coach Holmes' liking. As the 0-2 from Landon Greeno is delivered. That one's popped up to the shallow infield. Ty Handleborg calls off Stifler, and he runs on and grabs it for out number 2. Good recovery for North Platte after again giving up that leadoff double. Now 2 down already in this top of the fourth for Braden Wendell. As Greeno's first pitch, beautiful off speed. Wendell couldn't do anything with it. Strike number 1, 0-1. Schaefer at second. Wendell is 1 for 1 so far in today's game. As Greeno delivers the next pitch. That fastball will hit the turf and bounce a little bit away from Dean McIntyre, but he did a fantastic job, as he always does, of smothering that ball and not letting it get past him. So it's now 1-1 the count to Wendell, with Cam Johnson on deck and Osdick in the hole for Miller North. A pickoff attempt from Greeno to second, but Schaefer gets back in plenty of time. 1-1 the count now. 2 outs here in this top of the fourth inning. In there for strike number 2. Late call from the home plate umpire, but a beautiful pitch from Greeno nonetheless. 1-2. To Wendell, and here comes the 1-2. Fastball's blown right past him. Strike number 3, and that's how this inning comes to an end. We're going now to the bottom of the 4th. Still a 3-0 lead for North Platte, and we come back to Memorial Field on FM 98.1 and AM 1410. Welcome back here at Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Dean McIntyre, the batter, up here for North Platte, leading 3-0 on our Wicked Fast scoreboards. 3 runs on 1 hit, no errors for Great Plains Health. No runs on 4 hits, 3 errors for Miller North as McIntyre swings and misses on his first 2 pitches. It's 0-2. It's Brandon Burge still on the mound. As McIntyre fouls the next pitch off. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check them out, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As up next, Easton Geisler and Jackson Peters in the hole. Another pitch fouled off for Brandon Burge. 0-2 to the catcher, who was hit by a pitch in his last plate appearance. Fouls another one off. 3rd straight pitch he's fouled off, Dean has. 0-2. Burge gets ready. Skied up, drifting towards foul territory. Jackson Smith trying to get under it near the fence, and he falls out of play, foul. And for the 4th straight time, another foul ball for Dean McIntyre. Oh, 0-2 to McIntyre, who's fouled the ball off 4 times in this at-bat. The next one, foul tipped off, but dropped by Osdick. So unfortunately, he couldn't find that out. 5th foul ball for McIntyre, as here comes another payoff 0-2 from Burge. Oh, it's in there for strike 3 as down goes McIntyre looking. And then with that, out number 1 here in this bottom of the 4th inning for Easton Geisler. He struck out looking against Burge in his first plate appearance. Sees an off-speed pitch right down the center. Strike number 1. As the next pitch, this time misses. Now 1-1 the count to one Easton Geisler. As he turns on one to right field, and it's in there for a base hit from Easton Geisler. Another hit for North Platte, and they get a runner aboard with 1 out in this bottom of the 4th for Jackson Peters to make an appearance. Walked in his first plate appearance. Jackson Peters been doing a lot of walking today, which is a great thing, giving North Platte an opportunity to get a runner, of course, on the base pads, and it being a speedy one, but Burge will try to pick off Easton Geisler at first, but Geisler gets back. Plenty of time. First pitch to Peters. in the zone for strike number 1. 0-1 now the count. As with his next pitch, Bird will deliver. That time, not so good with hitting the strike zone. Outside and close to the turf. Ball number 1, 1-1 the count. As next pitch to Peters, turned on but fouled to the netting. Strike number 2, 1-2 the count to the left fielder, Jackson Peters. Tommy Haggard on deck with Caden Johnson in the hole for North Platte. 1-2, 1 out, bottom of the 4th. Burge likes what he sees and delivers. Peters once again getting some good contact with it, but fouls it off. It's 1-2 now. As the next pitch is popped up and into the glove there of Jackson Smith, who then applies the tag to Easton Geisler, and that's how this inning comes to an end. A little mistake on the base pad for North Platte results in a double play, and with that, this inning comes to an end. Now to the top of the 5th inning, it's currently a 3-0 lead when we come back to Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410 live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Cam Johnson, the first batter that Landon Greeno will be seeing in this top of the 5th inning. A 3-0 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163. 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors for North Platte. No runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for Millard North. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet beat. The 0 run, now 0-2, falling back-to-back changeups that were beautifully placed by Landon Greeno, as he's staring down the barrel of walking Cam Johnson to start this striking out Cam Johnson in this top of the 5th, as he just misses by a smidge. 1-2 the count, nobody out. Greeno winds up. But back-to-back pitches, unable to find the zone. 2-2 now the count. Landon Greeno has been pitching perfectly now, looking for first out this inning. Oh boy, that's going out to right field. Tommy Haggard having some distance to cover, gets over his head, and that's going to be extra bases for 1. Cam Johnson. Stand-up double for Johnson as it just gets into the gap between Caden Johnson and Tommy Haggard. Nothing really he can do to get there in time, and that's now a double for Cam Johnson to lead off this top of the 5th inning. Jonathan Osdike getting the now up to bat, line drive to Connor Stifler, Easton Jones in his first plate appearance. So runner in scoring position for Miller North as that's fouled off for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now. 58 total pitches have been thrown by Landon Greeno so far today. 42 strikes to 16 balls. Greeno having a fantastic performance today as Sosdyke will foul that back for strike number 2. It's 0-2 the count now. As Landon Greeno searching for that first out this inning to alleviate some pressure, and he does so as Sosdyke will swing and miss for the first strikeout this inning and the first out of this inning.
Strikeout brings to plate number 3, Will West.
Will West, who singled into left field in his first plate appearance, now will appear. West still has a runner in scoring position with Cam Johnson at second, but Landon Greeno is just putting them up and putting them down and still pumping fastballs into the zone. There's another strike. 0-1 the count to Will West. Jackson Smith on deck with Dom Managanaro in the hole for Miller North. Still trailing 3-0. Hard hit. That'll get past the glove of Ty Hanneborg. We now have runners at the corners for the Onyxes. Another hit. 6th hit today for Miller North. But Jackson Smith is up next. He's grounded out twice today against Landon Greeno. As Greeno trying to avoid giving up a run here. Should be his first today after what has been a spectacular pitching performance from Greeno in this game number 2 of the doubleheader today. As that off-speed above the letters, ball 1 on his first pitch to Cameron Smith. Excuse me, to Jackson Smith. Almost dropped my ball, or my ball. My heavens, almost dropped my phone. Ball. Boy, howdy. The 1-0 from Greeno. Hard hit. This could be a double play. Oh, it's out of the glove of Landon Greeno, and they won't even make the throw to first. Greeno tried to make a play as it was bounced back to him. He couldn't hold on to it, so that's an RBI single for Jackson Smith. As that's the 7th hit today for Miller North. So unfortunately for Greeno, couldn't hold on to it, and it's now 3-1 the lead for Great Plains Health. Runners now at first and second for Managanaro, who will ground one, and unfortunately yet again for North Platte, they can't make a play, and that's an infield single as Managanaro loads the bases.
Another infield hit loads the bases.
For Miller North. Oh heavens, getting flashbacks of that
For number 19.
Kearney game last Monday. Right now is it's 3-1 on our wicked fast scoreboard with the bases loaded. Will West at third, Jackson Smith at second, Dom Managanaro at first for Caden Schaefer, who hit a huge double in his last at-bat as Team McIntyre tries to pick off Managanaro at first, but can't do so. 1-0 the count to Schaefer. Alex Bursch on deck and Trevor Pecha in the hole for Millard North. As Greeno with his 1-0 pitch winds up and finds his own first strike, number 1. 0-1 the count now. One out in this top of the 5th inning. 3-1 lead for Great Plains Health, post 163. Though the bases are loaded for Millard North. Well, that pitch off the mark from Greeno. Ball 2. Very, very far away from the plate. Good effort from McIntyre to wrangle it back in. As Greeno now with his 2-1 pitch gets set and fires in. Good bounce back. Oh, just off the mark at the knees. Ball number 3. A walk here would score a run and most certainly would prompt Coach Ricky Holm to come out and have a conversation with Landon Greeno as he delivers the 3-1. Hard hit right back past Landon Greeno. 1 run will score, maybe 2. Great throw from Caden Johnson, and he doesn't get there in time. And now caught in a pickle is Jackson Smith, but Stifler won't make the throw, and 2 runs come across, and it's now a tie ball game, 3-3. 3-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard with Alex Bursch up to bat. Singled in his first appearance, flew out to Jackson Peters in his second, has Dom Maniganaro at third and Caden Schaefer at first. 3-3 ball game here on our wicked fast scoreboard, as now successfully stealing second is Caden Schaefer. Dean McIntyre lets him go, knowing if he made that throw to second, Maniganaro would just sprint on home. So now 2 runners in scoring position again for Bursch, as it's ball number 1 and now ball number 2 from Landon Greeno. After what had been a strong performance, this inning kind of falling apart a little bit for the North Platte pitcher, is giving up 3 runs so far this inning, but finds a nice bounce back pitch right there with a strike. 2-1 to Alex Bursch as the next pitch. Hard hit ball out of the glove and reach of Connor Stifler, and another run comes home. It gets past Caden Johnson, but no runner advances, and now for the first time today, Millard North takes the lead. 4-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard, as Trevor Pecha now checks up. Runners at the corners, 4-3 lead for Millard North on our wicked fast scoreboard. 10th hit today. And now Easton Geisler makes his way out to the bullpen to start warming up for North Platte. As first pitch from Greeno around the ankles, ball number 1 to Pecha. Next pitch. Just misses, ball 2. 2-0 the count for Landon Greeno as he's battling with Trevor Pecha. Another successful steal as Bursch makes his way to second uncontested, and it's now 3-0 to Pecha with Braden Weindell on deck and Cam Johnson back in the hole. We're almost back to the top of the order here for Millard North. But a great bounce back pitch from Landon Greeno to make it strike number 1 this at bat. Still 1 out in this top of the 5th. A 4-3 lead for Millard North. As fastball far outside of the zone, ball 4, and now the bases are loaded once again. This time with Braden Weindell up to bat. Struck out swinging in his last plate appearance, singled in his first. As again, the bases loaded. 4 runs have come across for Millard North. They lead 4-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. And with a deep breath, Landon Greeno delivers a fastball that's, just below the knees for the first ball of this at-bat. One and 0 the count. As next pitch, a fastball once again around the knees. That's just not sinking in. 2-0 as Greeno will get set and fire to Weindell. He turns on one and fouls it back to the Millard North side of the dugout. 2-1 with 1 out, bases loaded. Braden Windell up to bat, threatening to score more runners. As Greeno lets it rip. Oh, man, that's crushed out to the left field side as Jackson Peters gets underneath it to record the second out of this inning, but that's a sacrifice fly out as another run comes home for Millard North. But there's now 2 outs in this inning. It's a 5-3 lead, and time's going to be called as out come head coach Ricky Holm to have a conversation with his pitcher Landon Greeno. Again, Easton Geisler is warming up in the bullpen for North Platte. And that'll do it for Landon Greeno. Calling it quits right there, and now here comes Easton Geisler going to take over. 82 pitches for Greeno today, 55 strikes, 27 balls, and it all really just started to fall apart here in this inning when 5 runs came across. I mean, it was up until this point of a strong, really strong performance from Landon Greeno. Then just slowly but steadily, Millard North was just getting to more and more balls, and in the grand scheme of things, North Platte was just unable to hold it together. And now on the mound is Easton Geisler. We'll try to find the final out of this top of the 5th inning so North Platte can get to the bottom of the 5th and start working their way back into this game. Thank you to our sponsors here, of course, for today's game. Justin Thompson Family Agency with American Family Insurance. With ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch customer service, no matter what type of insurance you are looking for. As Greeno getting his glove from the dugout and will make his way hopefully on over to first. Geisler on the mound for North Platte as they try to not only hold the fort down but find a way to bounce back into this game after giving up 5 runs in this inning. As Geisler has 2 more pitches before he's ready to rock and roll. Cam Johnson's the batter up to bat. Of course, he doubled in his last plate appearance versus Great Plains Health. Flew out in his first to Jackson Peters in center field, or excuse me, in left field. Now, can Easton Geisler with, again, only 1 out here, 2 down in this top of the 5th, find the last out of this inning to end the bleeding that has currently been going on for this Great Plains Health defensive top of the 5th. Runners at second and first for Millard North. Alex Bursch at second. Trevor Petcha at first as Geisler's first pitch, man, just smidge upstairs for ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. As the next pitch from Easton Geisler, foul back to the netting. Strike number 1. Good pitch from Geisler. 1-1, 2 outs. As McIntyre will relay the sign to Easton Geisler. As here comes the 1-1. Off speed, quick throw on over to first. We'll get the tag. No. And then the runner on over. Alex Bursch goes to third. And oh no, it gets past Easton Jones as I was adjusting my score. And another run comes across for Millard North. So unfortunately, Easton Jones could not handle the baseball, and with that, Bursch will scamper on home with the passed up ball, and it's Now a 6-3 lead for Millard North. He now crushes one out to left field. Going back, and it's off the wall. Another run will score. This might be extra bases. And it will be for Cam Johnson, a double. And it just keeps going from bad to worse for North Platte as they now trail 7-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard against Millard North. With the catcher as John Osdig now up to bat as a runner in scoring position at second with 2 outs. He'll loft one into left field for a base hit. And Cam Johnson will stop at third, and we now have runners at the corners for Millard North, who've produced their 12th hit in this ball game. Now a courtesy runner will appear. Chase Collins for Millard North. Will West, who's 2 for 2. Today's game will now appear versus Easton Geisler. Again, runners at the corners. Cam Johnson at third. Chase Collins at first. 7-3 lead is now could be seeing a runner coming potentially home. And we do from the side of Millard North, and it bounces out of McIntyre's glove, and Cam Johnson will successfully steal home. And now Chase Collins moves to second. 8-3 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard. And the top of the 5th inning, as Geisler's next pitch to Will West in the dirt. Ball number 1, 1-0 the count. Next up, Jackson Smith, Dom Maniganaro in the hole for Millard North and the Onyxes, but the next pitch from Easton Geisler tight to the chest of Will West for ball 2. As with 2 outs, here comes 2-0 pitch. Hard hit, but foul. Down the third base side. 2-1. Eight runs on 12 hits, 3 errors for Millard North. 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for North Platte on our wicked fast scoreboard. Easton Jones with a good glove will throw it on to first, and finally North Platte gets out of this horrible inning, giving up 8 runs and now trail 8-3 when we come back here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to the bottom of the 5th inning. Tommy Haggart now up to bat for Great Plains Health, post 163. Trailing 8-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard to Millard North. Was still on the mound being Brandon Burge. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Helping Nebraska families, farmers, and businesses for more than 50 years. As there's strike number one of this at-bat. 2-1 the count now to Tommy Haggart, who singled in his last plate appearance to right field. As Caden Johnson on deck and Connor Stifler in the hole. Another ball that's going to be lopped foul near the grandstands. 2-2. As time will be called for music being played. Two and two, as Haggart will foul that ball off to the fence for another 2-2 count. 8-3 lead for Millard North as Burge's pitch upstairs. Ball 3-2 to Tommy Haggart as Burge trying to find the first out of this inning. That's nowhere even close. And Tommy Haggart will take the walk to start this bottom of the fifth inning. 8-3 the lead, 8 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors on our wicked fast scoreboard. 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for North Platte. Haggart at first, Caden Johnson up to bat on our game stats course, brought to you in part by State Farm agent Bobby Holst. Johnson flew out in his first plate appearance to center field, struck out swinging in his second versus Burge, and now seeing the first pitch into him for strike number one. Connor Stifler on deck, Landon Greeno in the hole for North Platte. As next pitch to Johnson. Fastball that's pulled outside for ball number one. 1-0 the count. As a pickoff attempt, no good as Haggart gets back in plenty of time. One and one the count. Nobody out. As there's another pitch that misses yet again. 2-1 to Caden Johnson. Tommy Haggart still at first base as Burge's pitch going out. Oh, what a great grab from Maniganaro, and they get the double play. Great grab from Dom Maniganaro at shortstop, and then threw it on over to first because Tommy Haggart was halfway on over to the second base bag, and that's a double play. And it just goes from bad to worse. And now with 2 outs, here's Connor Stifler up to bat. In this bottom of the fifth inning, as first pitch into Stifler is there for strike number one, following Connor Stifler, Landon Greeno, then Easton Jones for North Platte. 0-1. Just barely misses. It's ball number one. 1-1 the count now. Burge at 72 pitches, 45 strikes, 27 balls after a rocky first 2 innings. He's been pretty flawless the rest of the way. Soft grounder to Caden Schaefer. Throw on over to first. And that's how this inning will come to an end. We now go to the top of the 6th inning. An 8-3 lead for Millard North. When we come back, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here. It is the now top of the 6th inning here on FM 98.1 AM 1410. Easton Geisler on the mound for North Platte. 8-3 lead for Millard North and the Onyxes. Jackson Smith, the batter first that Geisler will be seeing. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. You can check out Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. His location on the one-ways, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as well as Rivers Edge Golf Club. Yes, that's right. If you want to go outside right now on this very beautiful day and get some golf in, give a call today to Rivers Edge and get your tee time set up. Because, man, you may be beautiful now, but before you know it, it's going to be the wintertime. We're all going to be very sad as Jackson Smith will foul one down the first base side to Landon Greeno. As the next pitch from Geisler to Smith is turned on to left field, but with the way it's pulling, it will go foul and will stay at 1-2 the count. On our Wicked Fast scoreboard, an 8-3 lead, 8 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors for Millard North. 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for Great Plains Health. Post 163 as the 1-2. Oh, man, that is way behind Jackson Smith for ball 2. Good news in that situation is didn't hit Jackson Smith, but Geisler's 2-2 pitch turned on again to left field, but clearly will be pulled foul, and it goes foul onto the shacks right next to the third base line. So third foul ball of this at-bat. It's 2-2 the count to the first baseman, Jackson Smith. Tom Maniganaro on deck with Caden Schaefer in the hole. It's another foul ball off of Easton Geisler. And for the 6th time, it's going to be fouled off by Jackson Smith. Two and two the count. Nobody out. Nobody on. We're going to have a pitcher warming up in the bullpen again. It looks like, I think that's Cade Songster who's walking on out to the bullpen as that's turned on to center field, and it falls right in front of Caden Johnson for a single from Jackson Smith. Another hit, 13th hit today. As Smith gets on to first, Maniganaro now comes up to bat. He singled past the diving glove of Ty Hanneborg in his last plate appearance. Caden Schaefer on deck. Alex Bursch in the hole for Millard North. As Geisler will fire his pitch in. A bunt looking to be laid down, and it is by Maniganaro, but pulls foul. It's 0-1 the count now. Owen 1 from Easton Geisler to Dom Maniganaro as he delivers around the ankles. Ball number 1. 1-1 the count here in this top of the 6th inning. 8-3 lead for Millard North as they continue to threaten to potentially pour more runs on in this ball game. As Geisler's 1-1 pitch. Back-to-back balls outside. 2-1 the count with nobody out. This top of the 6th inning. Quick and long, well, not even a quick glance, but now a long glance at first. There goes the runner on over to second. Great throw from D.A. McIntyre, but just bounces a little too far away from Connor Stifler, and with that, Jackson Smith will steal second base. And it's a 3-1 count now to Maniganaro, with Schaefer on deck and Bursch in the hole as Geisler delivers the 3-1. And it's ball 4. And with that, another walk And on over to first goes Maniganaro for Caden Schaefer. Singled in his last plate appearance. Doubled in his second. Grounded out to Easton Jones in his first. Now has Jackson Smith at second and Maniganaro at first. First pitch from Geisler into Schaefer. Check swung, but he goes around. Strike number one. Alex Bursch on deck. Trevor Pecha in the hole. For Millard North, leading 8-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. As Geisler, long windup, his 0-1. Beautiful pitch, and it's in there. Strike number two, good bounce back pitch from Easton Geisler. 0-2. Geisler trying to find the first out of this top of the sixth inning as he gets set and delivers. Swing and a miss. Down goes Schaefer, and there's the first out. Good pitch from Easton Geisler. So there's out number one following a great pitch from Geisler. Alex Bursch up to bat. He's singled in his last plate appearance as well as his first. Flew out in his second, and he'll turn one to the fence for strike number one. Still two runners aboard for Millard North. Smith at second, Maniganaro at first. With one out. As their dues go, my phone. 0-1. Ooh, just a little upstairs, making it 1-1 now. On our wicked fast scoreboard, it's currently 8-3 in favor of Millard North as the next pitch right around the elbows. Ball number 2 to Bursch. 8-3 lead here for Millard North and the Onyxes as Easton Geisler will fire his 2-1. Now it's 3-1 the count. Potential bases loaded situation up next if Geisler can't find that next strike right here. As he gets set and delivers. Oh boy, man, that's fortunately for Easton Geisler nowhere even near the zone, and had to load the bases and force head coach Ricky Holm to come out and have a talk with his pitcher. And actually might even be the end of it. Yep, it'll be the end for Easton Geisler as his day comes to an end, and out comes Cade Songster, be the new pitcher for North Platte. Currently trailing 8-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Geisler in his 30 pitches, 18 strikes, 12 balls. And now for the first time this weekend, here comes Cade Songster, who will be pitching for Great Plains Health. Post 163 against Trevor Pecha, who's 0 for 2 today. Walked in his last plate appearance. Flew out in his second, then grounded out in his first. Tough situation for the young songster as bases are loaded and there's only one out. Here in this top of the sixth inning. 8-3 lead. Pecha is at bat. Braden Weindell is on deck, and then Cam Johnson in the hole for Millard North, who at the moment are appearing to be cruising to a nice, easy victory here. North Platte still has an opportunity to come back. Of course, not giving all up all hope. Again, if you remember, this time exactly last year, North Platte was trailing 9-0 to Millard North and worked all the way back to win that game in the bottom of the seventh inning on a walk-off from Dean McIntyre. So anything is possible. They just have to believe in themselves. And right now, pretty tough day number 2 after a strong start in day number 1, where they won 17-6 against the Dirt Devils of Colorado, and fell earlier today in game number 1 to Millard South 4-3 on a walk-off in the bottom of the 7th inning, and now trail 8-3 in the top of the 6th on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. If you downloaded the Mike Phillips 66 app yet, now you're missing out on so much savings with Wicked Fast. As Songster finishes last warm-up pitch, he's ready to rock and roll. So Petcha again, who's 0 for 2 today, now the first batter that Cade Songster will see with the bases loaded and 1 out. See what the righty can get done now as the relief pitcher. As the first pitch he throws to Petcha is down low for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Again, North Platte will play tomorrow, 10 a.m. versus, I believe, Rapid City. As Songster's next pitch will pull McIntyre away from his catching position for ball number 2. 2-0 the count to Petcha. As Songster will get set, glance at third, and deliver. Smoked out to left field. On comes Jackson Peters to get there. He does. Tagging up is Jackson Smith, but a great throw from Jackson Peters will force everybody to stay put. And guess what? There's out number 2 in this top of the 6th inning. As the bases are still loaded for Braden Weindel to come up to bat. Jackson Smith at second. Jackson Smith at third. Dom Maniganaro at second. And Alex Bursch at first is fouling that ball off as Weindel for strike number 1 off of Songster. Oh, and 1 the count. As Weindel gets back in the batter's box and Songster fires an off speed that unfortunately can't dip back into the zone. And with that, it's 1-1 the count to Weindel with 2 down in this top of the 6th inning. The pitch upstairs. Ball number 2 from Cade Songster. As coach will relay the sign to Dean McIntyre. 2-1 with 2 outs. Bases loaded for Millard North, leading 8-3. Wow, smoked out to center field, but Caden Johnson going to get up underneath it. And he's easily there to grab it for the final out of this inning. The bases were loaded, but no runs came across for the young Cade Songster. And with that, we're going to go now to the bottom of the 6th inning. North Platte trailing 8-3 when we come back. FM 98.1. AM 1410 and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1 and AM 1410 with our live streaming as always at NordPlantPost.com. Landon Greeno up to bat here for the third time versus Brandon Burge, as you'll see the first pitch from Burge into the zone for strike number one. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Is so far for Greeno today, 2 flyouts versus Burge. And now currently ahead in the count, 2-1. Easton Jones on deck with Ty Hanneborg in the hole as Burge winds it up again. And just like the last two, missed it. 3-1 the count now to Landon Greeno. With nobody on and nobody out in this bottom of the 6th inning, a 8-3 lead for Millard North. Greeno will lop one foul into the parking lot. As my allergies are starting to kick up a bit. 3-2 the count to first baseman Landon Greeno. And it's upstairs for ball 4. And leading off this inning, Greeno will take a nice walk on over to first base. With now Easton Jones coming up for his third plate appearance today. Raged on an error as he skied one into center field, and Alex Bursch mishandled the ball, but unfortunately flew his second one out to Brayden Weindell in his last at-bat. And so far for Brandon Burge this inning, not the sharpest as it has been. Throws another ball to lead off the at-bat as Greeno almost gets picked off at first, but he gets back in time. 1-0 the count. Jones up to bat. Ty Hanneborg on deck with Dean McIntyre in the hole. Fastball at the letters and in. Strike number 1. 1-1. Nobody out. One runner on, being Landon Greeno at first base. As Burge's next pitch, another one that lasered in down the center for strike number 2. It's 1-2 the count to Easton Jones, looking for his first hit, as that pickoff attempt would have gotten Landon Greeno out, but Jackson Smith couldn't hold on to it, so Greeno gets back safely. So the count still stays at 1-2. As here comes the pitch from Burge. Popped up. Going to center, shallow field. Alex Bursch gets underneath it and gets there to glove it for out number 1. There's one out here in this bottom of the 6th inning with Ty Hanneborg now coming up to bat. So far today, 2 flyouts as well. Loud fly out to Alex Bursch in center field and then flew out to Jackson Smith in his last plate appearance. Burge's first pitch will pull catcher Jonathan Osdick out of the way. Ball number 1. 1-0 the pitch. Right down the center. Strike number 1. 1-1 the count. Dean McIntyre on deck with Easton Geisler in the hole. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball in the dirt. Ball 2. 2-1 to Hanneborg with a runner at first base being Landon Greeno. Great Plains Health post 163, trailing 8-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Burge's next pitch. Swing and a miss by Hanneborg. 2-2. Now officially the count. Now there's a pickoff attempt once again for Landon Greeno at first. But he gets back in time. 2-2. One runner out. Landon Greeno at first base. North Platte trailing 8-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard as here comes that 2-2 pitch. And it's around the ankles for ball 3. Hanneborg making some good strides to potentially just take a nice walk to first and put 2 runners on the base pads. As here comes the 3-2 pitch. Hard hit up the center. This might be a double play. Step on second, throw to first. Sits in time, and that's unfortunately how this inning will come to an end. 6-4-3 double play for Millard North. We're now going to the top of the 7th inning, an 8-3 lead for Millard North here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Top of the 7th inning here from Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. 8 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors for Millard North offensively, compared to North Platte's 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error. Cam Johnson now up to bat for Millard North. He doubled in his last plate appearance. He's 2 for 3 today. Doubled in his second plate appearance and then flew out to Ty Handelborg in his first. As Cade Songster on the mound for North Platte here in this top of the 7th inning, will fire his first pitch into Cam Johnson for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. As next pitch in the turf. Ball 2, 2-0. Nobody out. Following Johnson, Jonathan Osdike, and then Will West for Millard North, leading 8-3. There's quick ball 3 to Cam Johnson. As Cade Songster will get all set and deliver his next pitch. Upstairs, ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk. Cam Johnson scampers on over to first.
Johnson drops a walk, bringing to the plate, number 18, John Ossity.
As John Osdike will now check in for his 4th time today. He singled over the head of Ty Handelborg in his last plate appearance. Struck out swinging in his 3rd and then line drived out to Connor Stifler as the pitch from Cade Songster into the turf. Ball number 1. One and 0 pitch. There's a good bounce back one from Cade Songster. Just got to take it step by step for the young man. 1-1 the count. Nobody out. 1 runner at first being Cam Johnson. Hard hit ball to the netting for strike number 2. 1-2 the count with nobody out here in this top of the 7th inning. As the 1-2 from Songster. Fortunately, below the knees, ball 2. He was trying to pump him back with the fastball, but missed his mark. Somebody warming up in the bullpen just finished for Millard North. It's Major Moser. As that one's lofted into center field, and he gets down for another base hit. As that's the 14th hit today for Millard North. And with 2 runners aboard and nobody out, here comes Will West. 8-3 the lead now for Millard North. Cam Johnson at second. Jonathan Osdike on over at first. Will West, who's 2 for 3, grounded out in his last plate appearance against Great Plains Health, post 163. As Kate Songster, who's on the mound, trying to find his first out of this inning, fires in a fastball at chest level for strike number 1. Jackson Smith on deck. Tom Maniganaro in the hole. Quick glance at second. Songster's 0-1. Couldn't get it back into the zone. It's 1-1 the count now. Nobody out. Runners at first and second for the Onyxes of Millard North. That's going out to center field. Caden Johnson's going to get under it. Tagging up seems to be Cam Johnson, but the great throw from Caden Johnson will force Cam Johnson to stand still at second. And now there's 1 out this time of the 7th inning for Jackson Smith. 2 for 4 today. In his last 2 appearances, he's hit 2 singles, and both of them have gone to right field. Now facing against Songster with 2 runners aboard and 1 out. Wonderful pitch from Cade Songster. Oh, boy, that just... Fortunately, can't find the strike zone. As the 1-0, hard hit on the first base side, backhanded on over by Landon Greeno, who will step on the first base bag and get the easy out number 2. It will advance the runners, though, to second and third. But that's out number 2 in this top of the 7th with Dom Maniganaro, who walked in his last plate appearance. 8 runs on 14 hits, 3 errors now for Millard North. 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for North Platte. And trailing 8-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard as the first pitch to Maniganaro on a fastball is outside for ball 1. One and 0. Runners at second and third as the pitch. Hard hit. Off the arm of Landon Greeno, and the throw to first will not be in time. Took a nasty bounce off of the turf and off the forearm of Landon Greeno for another run to come across and another hit for Millard North. We have runners at the corners now. A 9-3 lead for Caden Schaefer, who will readjust his gloves and now get ready to rock and roll. Schaefer 2 for 4, struck out swinging in his last plate appearance. Now we'll see the first pitch from Cade Songster right down the center for strike number 1. Maniganaro at first. Osdike at third for Millard North. Leading 9-3, an 0-1 count with 2 down. Too far upstairs. There's the first ball of this at-bat. One and 1 with 2 outs. The pitch. Nice. Another beautiful pitch down the middle. Strike number 2. 1-2 the count. Songster, even though 1 run has come across, looking really good in his brief appearance so far today. Can he find the last out of this inning? 1-2. Check swing. Oh, but it's too low. Ball number 2. 2-2 the count with 2 outs on the top of the 7th inning. Now Songster will get the sign from McIntyre. Take a deep breath and deliver. It's too far in front for ball number 2 as a quick throw to first from D. McIntyre will first Managanaro back. As a now 3-2 count. From Caden Songster to Caden Schaefer is fired upon and lifted into the parking lot for a foul ball. 3-2 the count. That's where we're going to sit once again. 2 outs, 3-2. As Songster delivers. Clobbered out to center field. Caden Johnson going back, but has plenty of distance to get there and plenty of time. And that's how this inning comes to an end. 1 run did come across, but Caden Songster did a fantastic job of holding the fort down. We're now going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Dean McIntyre will lead off when we come back here to Memorial Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Dean McIntyre leading off in this bottom of the 7th inning. Still on the mound, Brandon Burge for Millard North, looking to go the full game today. Fires his first pitch into McIntyre for strike 1, and it's grounded up the middle and gets into center field for a single. So McIntyre gets the first hit for North Platte in quite some time to lead off this bottom of the 7th inning to start this comeback right here with Cade Songster now up to bat. As Mike McFadden will courtesy run for McIntyre. Songster getting his first chances at the plate in this game number 2 after getting action in game 1 for courtesy running. The first pitch to Songster is a fastball that's outside for ball number 1. McFadden at first. Jackson Peters on deck with Tommy Haggard in the hole for North Platte. That's the 1-0 in there. Strike number 1. 1-1, nobody out. McFadden at first. Wouldn't be shocked if we saw Mike McFadden take off. He's pretty quick. But that next pitch will pull Osdike out of his catching position for ball 2. 2-1 the count. 9-3 lead for Millard North. The bottom of the 7th inning. As Brandon Burge winds it up. Ooh, close to skimming the shoulder of Cade Songster, but it's now 3-1 the count. And this is where things can get kind of interesting if Berg walks Songster as the 3-1. And it's down low, ball 4. And on over to first goes Cade Songster. And now we'll see a new pitcher, and that's the end of Brandon Burge, as here comes Major Moser, who will be taking over, it looks like. He was getting some warm-up pitches for the last couple of half innings. As there's 2 runners aboard for Millard North. Oh, actually, it's not going to be Major Moser, who I expected to be the pitcher. He was warming up in the bullpen, but actually it's going to be Cam Johnson, I think, who will be taking over. Actually, correction, it'll be center fielder Braden Bursch, who will be taking over the pitching duties. So the left-handed pitcher now starting things off for Millard North in there, or in the last half inning of play. As Brandon Burge was going to make his way out to center field. Probably grabbing his glasses, yep. And will make his way to center. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. His location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet beat. 9-3 lead for Millard North in this final inning of play. 2 runners are aboard for North Platte. Mike McFadden at second. Cade Songster at first. Facing the new pitcher, Alex Bursch, who is taking over for Brandon Burge, who is now out in center field. As, again, his final pitches in is Bursch. And now the infield will get set once again. So here comes Jackson Peters up to bat. Peters, so far today, 0 for 1. He flew out to Cam Johnson in his first plate appearance. Walked in his first and flew out in his second. Now facing Braden Bursch in his first plate appearance. Tommy Haggard on deck. Caden Johnson in the hole for Great Plains Health. Again, this is right in their comfort zone, though, especially against this Millard North team, which we saw last year. They come back after trailing 9-0 in that ball game. As the first pitch from Bursch to Jackson Peters is down low for ball number 1. As the 1-0. Another one down low. There's ball number 2 to Peters. Walk here would load the bases for North Platte, which would be very, very interesting, but fortunately not going to happen, as Bursch will put his first strike into the zone. 2-1 the count to Jackson Peters. 2 runners aboard. Nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. The lefty delivers. That pitch is down low. Ball 3. All right, it is starting to get a little more interesting now if Bursch walks another batter. As he'll get the sign and get set and deliver. Turned on by Jackson Peters, but it's fouled off a tree for second strike of this at-bat. Three and 2, nobody out. Runners at second and first. McFadden at second, Songster at first. The pitch, upstairs, ball 4, and now the bases are loaded for Tommy Haggard. Of course, got a big single in the right field in his second plate appearance. An opportunity to drive some runs home, and I'm talking runs, not just a singular one, with the amount of speed that's on the base pads right here. As there's the first strike of this at-bat from Alex Bursch. It's 0-1 the count to Haggard. Johnson on deck for North Platte with Stifler in the hole. Fastball upstairs. 1-1. Bases loaded for Great Plains Health here in this bottom of the 7th inning. As the pitch, swing and a miss by Tommy Haggard for strike number 2. A little too far in front of that pitch. One and two, nobody out. Bases loaded for North Platte. The pitch to Haggard. Outside, good patience. 2-2. No, still nobody out. Here's the bases loaded. A payoff 2-2 pitch from Alex Bursch on his way. There's a fastball upstairs. Walk here would bring a run home. And North Platte then will start cutting into this lead. 3-2 the count to Tommy Haggard as Alex Bursch delivers. Oh, in there, strike 3 is down goes Haggard looking, and there's out number 1. Oh, so close.
Haggard down on strike. Brings to the plate number 2, Caden Johnson.
Johnson up now to bat. Bases loaded. Here's an opportunity for him to keep this game alive, but Bursch bounces back again with another pitch into the zone. Strike 1. 0-1. Swing and a miss. There's strike number 1. It was a little upstairs. Joni went hunting for it, but missed. 0-2. As Alex Bursch will deliver his next one. That one, hard hit over to Manny Gennaro for 1, and maybe over to first for 2. It is, and there's a double play. Mike McFadden will come home. And that's how, unfortunately, this game will come to an end with the double play. 9-3 is how we'll end here in this doubleheader between North Platte and the Millards. They fell 4-3 to Millard South in game number 1, then fall 9-3 to Millard North in game number 2. And now fall to 1-2 here at the Kearney tournament. It was looking so good at so many different parts of today's games. But in the end, North Platte just was unable to put that finishing bow and finishing touch on these games. It got out of hand in the Millard North one right here, but they get walked off in the bottom of the 7th inning against Millard South, and then we're looking good. We're clear sailing against this Millard North squad until the top of the 5th, when they gave up their 8 runs, and the rest were history at that point. And unfortunately, North Platte now on a 2-game losing streak, fall to 14-20 on the season. Millard North now 15-12 on the year for them. We'll step aside and take a break. When we come back, it's our Quick Stop post-game show right here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Welcome back. Of course, Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Quick Stop post-game show, 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. It was a tough one for North Platte as they fall to Millard North here, 9-3. 9 runs, 15 hits, 3 errors. For North Platte, 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Great Plains Health, post 163. It's so tough because you look at these 2 games, and of course you'll look in the win-loss column and see, they lost to Millard South, they lose to Millard North, and you see how bad they lost in this second game and think, overall, holistically, it was a terrible game. But at one point, man, we were seeing the praises for Great Plains Health as they were, in cruise control against this Millard North squad. At one point, leading this game 3-0. And we're just, 3-1, correction. 3-1, and then just oozing and cruising whole way through it. Now, no real hiccup, no real issue in the world until all of a sudden it just started to crumble inning after inning before it, of course, had the major upsetting factor of, that big last 5th inning where they gave up all those runs and just unfortunately couldn't, bounce back the way that they were hoping for. And then, of course, they lost to Millard South in game number 1, 4-3. That game, you can put your head up pretty high because that's a very, very strong Millard South squad. You don't be, at that time, 28-6 on the season without having a good reason to. And unfortunately, North Platte just couldn't close the door on that victory and now come out of the day number 2 of this Kearney tournament 0-2, losing 4-3 in game number 1. And then here in game number 2, 9-3. Head coach Ricky Holm is making his way up, and with that, we'll step aside and take a break and come back for our post-game interview right here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com. Welcome back here to Memorial Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. North Platte 1-2 now here in this Kearney tournament. Of course, took down the Dirt Devils of Colorado in game number 1, 17-6 yesterday. And we're looking like they were using that momentum to transition into today where, facing 2 of the tough Millard teams in the state, Millard South, Millard North, even though Millard North, a roster that has been, we'd say, gutted by prospects. Still a well-recognized and well-deserved team to be where they were, 14-12 at the time. And in both cases, we're looking really, really good in those games. Game number 1, we're leading for literally for the majority of the game until the last 2 innings where it all just slowly crumbled apart and they got walked off in the bottom of the 7th inning and lose against Millard South 4-3. And then lost in game number 2 to Millard North 9-3, which again, you will look at this score and go, oh, not any better of a game. Well, same thing with that Millard South game. North Platte was looking pretty good. They were cruising all throughout the first couple of innings until it got to the top of the 5th, where it all just started to slowly but steadily start to crumble and crumble before the wheels fell off the wagon. The next thing you know, we end up here at our 9-3 loss. So North Platte 0-2 here on day number 2 of the Kearney tournament. They're 1-2 overall. I'll be facing, if I remember correctly, Rapid City tomorrow. 10 o'clock a.m. is when that game is going to be. At least trying to, finish this Kearney tournament on a high, because, the worst thing that could happen for North Platte, I think in my eyes, would be that they finish this Kearney tournament 0-3, head into this nice prolonged week-long break before districts begin next Friday on a 3-game losing streak. I think that might be a tough scenario and tough situation for this team if that is how they end tomorrow. So they really need to just shake off what happened today, move on to tomorrow, and face a really pretty good Rapid City team so that they can at least find some positive things to come out of this tournament before, of course, districts, which are next Friday at 7 o'clock for their game number 1 versus, we don't know yet. That's the thing. We don't know yet. Could be Hastings, could be Grand Island. We just don't know at the moment. So, keys, I think, for tomorrow for North Platte. I think offensively, I don't even know. It feels tough because it looks like they've had some good opportunities in terms of their overall approach to, the strike zone, the batting. While the hits may not have accrued as high as some of the teams that they lost to today, I felt like they put themselves in good positions to not have too many men left stranded on the base pads, but still need to be better executing on those suicide squeeze attempts. Need to maybe try to eke out an extra hit or two, but more importantly, it comes to the defensive side of things with their pitchers. Got to be hitting the strike zones better than they did today. Landon Greeno, got off to a great start, and then of course it all just went, upside down in the 5th inning. But outside of that, really how everything else had gone today was just a lot of pitches that were missed out of the zone that forced a lot of walks, which then allowed whenever Millard South or Millard North actually had a guy get a good hit in, that it went out to either the outfield scoring 1 run or scoring another. Well, that'll do it for us here today on our Quick Stop postgame show. Again, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. I'll be back tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m. Game number 1, our Quick Stop pregame at 9:50. So tune in. That means you all got to get up early, too. If I'm getting up early, you got to get up early. We'll be here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.